Hey everyone, welcome back to Kids and Manhwa. Today we are recapping a story. Let's get started. Master assassin who can annihilate an entire sect without anyone ever discovering him. But just a few months ago, he was an ordinary street vendor boy. Suddenly, he was captured by an assassin organization and locked in a dark room. His body was paralyzed, which awakened his incredibly powerful sense of hearing. Living in darkness gave him the ability to conceal himself, bordering on true invisibility. When starving, he ate venomous snakes. He forged a body immune to all poisons. Alright, no more long-winded talk. Let's begin. The scene shifts to a marketplace, bustling with people going about their normal lives. A voice rings out from a person holding a bowl of food. Got a good haul today? Huh? Hey young boy. Jian tossed an apple in his hand smugly. The market opening was a pretty good thing, wasn't it? The boy glanced around, silently calculating. I'll have to find a place to sleep tonight. My name is Jian, 14 years old. Jian? A name that means wandering moon. I'm an orphan. No father, no mother. I wander the world without a place to call home. No roots, no residence. Just walking back and forth on my own, trying to find my way. Is this the right direction? Suddenly, a tall figure blocked his path. He was huge and imposing, covered from head to toe in terrifying black robes and a scarf. Jian looked up in fear. Who are you? But the man said nothing. And, just like that, by the time Jian woke up, it was already too late. No father, no mother, no home. Getting kidnapped was bound to happen. Jian's eyes shot open as he tried to look around. Where is this? Who am I? I've definitely opened my eyes. So, why is it pitch black? It can't be a problem with my vision. Is this place so dark there isn't a single ray of light? Where am I? Suddenly, something slammed into his forehead, causing a sharp pain. He cried out, "Ah! I can't move. My whole body is trembling but I can't budge. I feel completely exhausted." Fear began to consume his mind, and tears started to fall. How did it come to this? He tried to remember the last thing he saw. A bowl full of food and a shadowy figure. I ran into someone on the road. Was it him? Me being here must be his doing. But I don't even know his name or who he is. Why would he lock me in here? I've never made an enemy of anyone. If that's the case, he must have a purpose. Not to kill me, but for something else. He tried to find a reason for his miserable situation. My name is Jian, 14 years old. My father is by an HAK, and my mother's Lee Sun Ha. He kept looking but saw nothing. So dark. It's really too dark. He asked himself, have I lost my mind? Or am I still sane? How much time has passed? I'm so scared and lonely. If I didn't keep thinking about who I am, I probably would have gone crazy long ago. Every time despair set in, he would murmur, I am Jian, until the end of my life. He didn't know how long he'd have to lie there. His stomach started to growl. I'm so hungry. If this keeps up, I'm going to starve to death. The boy had no choice in this situation. It was either starve or go insane. He couldn't help but think of the tall man who captured him. Does he want me to starve to death? His eyes filled with despair. Where did I do wrong? I never even begged him for food. What did I do? Where did I touch him? The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. And he started to cry. Then why? Even if I was just a normal person, there's no reason to be thrown into a hell like this. His lips started to dry and crack, almost bleeding. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He struggled to move and finally managed a slight twitch. First, his hands could lift a little. Now his fingers were becoming flexible. He could move his hands. The feeling in his body was slowly returning. This place is so damp, and the floor is cold. The boy tried to move his limbs, feeling his surroundings. It seems to be a basement. That's the sound of water. He heard the sound of water dripping, one drop at a time. His entire body was instantly overcome with thirst. I need to drink water. His body shook violently, compelling him to move and find it. I can do this. I have to try with all my might. Only one thought remained in his head: I must survive. I must survive. He crawled across the ground. He tried to inch forward bit by bit, fumbling as he moved. After moving a short distance, he had to stop and gasp for breath, drenched in sweat. No matter how tired he was, he told himself, I have to do this. He cried as he worked, determined not to stop. After moving a few more steps, he was blocked again. He felt what was in front of him. A stone wall? It's so hard. He gently poked it with his finger. It was really hard. He poked it until his finger bled. He had struggled so hard to crawl here, only to collapse again. Was it all for nothing? Overwhelmingly exhausted, his body sank back into a bottomless pit of darkness. Suddenly, a person appeared right next to Jion. Jion jerked his head up. He wondered, who is that? The figure didn't speak. They stared at each other for a long time. Finally, the figure spoke. Why are you so stubborn? Looking closely, his appearance was just like Jion's. Am I so tired I'm hallucinating? The boy tried to open his eyes wide to see. The figure let out a sarcastic laugh. How ridiculous. Why do you have to suffer, clinging to a life as pathetic as that? The figure grinned mockingly, tempting him. Just give up. If you give up, you'll feel much better. Jion couldn't believe it. He stubbornly asked back, will it really be better? The boy questioned him firmly. If you just give up like that, will it be better? I don't think so. I will live. No matter what, I have to live. That thought had kept him alive until now. The figure narrowed his eyes in contempt. It's meaningless. Jion wouldn't accept it. To die like this would be a waste. If I die before I can plunge a knife into the one who imprisoned me, I won't be able to close my eyes even in death. I will live. I will live viciously and get my revenge on everyone who did this to me. The other figure asked curiously, you'll really get revenge? Of course. I have to get revenge on the world. A light flashed in the figure's eyes. You won't give up, will you? Jion was resolved. Definitely not. Absolutely not. Only then did the figure smile with satisfaction. Slowly fading away, the boy was left alone again in the pitch-black room. Startling as if waking from a dream. I can't see anything. He struggled to sit up, wondering, what was that dream? Or am I really going crazy? He gathered all his strength. I must live. I can't just lie here forever. The boy began to feel his way along the wall again. This is where the water is dripping. Is this moss? I don't know if it's edible. But I have to eat it. I have to eat to live. Just eat first, and figure things out later. But being able to eat it was one thing. The fact that it was completely disgusting was another. I can't. The taste is like hell itself. But my body doesn't feel anything wrong. That's what's important. Jion was overjoyed, continuously scraping the moss off the wall. I can eat this. I must eat. As the boy devoured it, he thought, I must live. Somehow, I must live. After eating his fill, his body felt more agile. He started to walk, leaning against the wall. His mind also started working. This place is, by my calculations, this is a square space, about 9 square meters in area. I'm still trapped. Someone locked me in here. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from right in front of him. His heart skipped a beat in fear. He stood frozen, glancing to the side. That sound is an iron door. But before he could do anything, a sudden beam of light shot straight in. After being in the dark for so long, the sudden light was too much. Jion couldn't react in time and quickly covered his eyes. My eyes. But no matter what, I have to get out. It was a ray of hope. He screamed with all his might. Over here. Someone's in here. Just a little more. But something appeared in the square of light. What is that? That pattern. The boy didn't understand. Before he could react, the light vanished, as if it had all been an illusion. Jion's body was tense to the extreme, drenched in sweat. He panted heavily. A faint smell wafted through the space. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. This smell. Is it food? It was true. There was a bowl of food right in front of him. But it was clearly spoiled fish, bad tea, and pork. Probably leftovers. Through the mixed smells, he could distinguish at least 5 different types of leftover food. It's impossible for one person to eat 5 different kinds of food alone. So, it's not just one person. That means there could be more than 5 people out there. He understood now. These 5 people have imprisoned me for their own purposes. Then it's impossible that I'm the only one locked up here. It's not efficient to imprison just one person in a space like this. So, there are at least 5 guards, and there are many others in the same situation as me. So what is their goal? I can't figure it out. But for now, I'll just eat. Sniffing it again. The smell was spicy seasoning on pork. Sichuan food. Huh? Just like that. He cleaned out the bowl of leftovers. He had no other choice but to eat. It was better than eating moss. There's plenty of time. I have to think about eating to live first. At least it tastes better than moss. After finishing, Jian threw the bowl straight to the ground. His stomach was finally full, and his strength had returned significantly. With nothing to do all day, he started to train himself. I've been imprisoned here for at least 4 months. Once a day, they would open the small door and provide food. Other than that, they never said a word. They just kept me locked in this narrow, dark space. He trained like a madman, doing push-ups most of the time. But his strength wasn't enough, and he often collapsed from exhaustion. In this situation, I feel like I could go crazy at any moment, but I would gain nothing from that. Only lose time. I've started to see my surroundings, bit by bit. It seems I've adapted to the vicious darkness. I can see things moving in the basement. There are many insects that live in a place like this with no light at all. Jian squinted, trying to get a better look. Is that a centipede? But that seemed wrong. No centipede is that white and long. It suddenly wrapped itself tightly around the boy's arm. The boy jerked his head to look. It was a snake with the blood-red eyes. Flicking its tongue out at him, it suddenly bit down hard on his bicep. A searing pain. Jian cried out in pain, his whole body trembling as he screamed. Ah! He collapsed, unable to even sit up. The snake's venom spread quickly. His entire body felt like it was on fire. He clutched his chest in agony, only now thinking, could it be snake venom? He gritted his teeth in pain. The back of his bitten hand was swollen and red. The snake opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and slithered towards Jian, ready to strike again. But in the end, nothing happened. The boy was still alive. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it was time for food to be delivered. The boy had survived, clutching the bowl of rice tightly. His body was still in pain, but he used all his strength to pull the bowl closer and eat. Veins popped out on his face, his eyes rolling back. Me. It was that same thought that helped him survive. I absolutely cannot die. The red-eyed snake was still there, but it was much less aggressive now. Jian frowned, staring at it intently. Now that he was more used to the dark, he could see it clearly. He wondered, is that what it looks like? I almost died from its venom. Thinking back, it was both painful and bitter, but it also felt like my body had undergone a change during the detoxification process. He frowned deeply, his eyes sharp. The area in front of him seemed clearer than before. It's a miracle. The boy, curious, reached his hand towards it. Was it really thanks to this snake? When the snake saw him reaching out, it immediately started hissing. But the boy wasn't scared anymore. I've heard that if a person survives being poisoned, they will eventually become stronger. If I can develop a resistance to poison, if I have a weapon. Thinking this, the boy proactively offered his hand for it to bite again. For the thrill. His body still hurt just as much. The venom spread through his arm, blue veins bulging. He continuously monitored his body's reaction. Did touching it do nothing? Should I be more careful? My body feels like it's on fire. Sweat poured off him, drenching his clothes. He gritted his teeth, enduring. But he could clearly feel it wasn't as bad as the first time he was bitten. It seems to be working. This is a fun game. Snakes, whose eyes have devolved in the darkness, are natural-born hunters. From spotting and approaching prey to controlling it with sound, they are masters. Yet, they don't show excessive ambition. After finishing their meal, they won't make the mistake of threatening and hunting the insects gathered nearby. Only it and I are the intelligent beings in this darkness. Just then, the entire space seemed to tremble. Jian quickly stood up. He silently hoped. This tremor. Could it be? He understood. His eyes stared intently in one direction. The door. The door is open. I have to seize this chance and get out quickly. Outside was a long, dark corridor. Jian moved, step by step. After walking about 2 steps, another prison cell appeared next to his. That's why I couldn't sense any trace of people. With determination, he opened the doors to those cells. He couldn't see anything yet, so he used his nose to smell. But the moment he inhaled, he was shocked. This smell is... One whiff was all it took. The smell of a rotting corpse. I can't identify them exactly. From the bones, they were my age. Walking further, he saw a large iron gate blocking the way. He had been walking for a while and hadn't met anyone besides dead bodies. He came across a large, closed door. The lock on the door had been removed. I'll try pushing it. As he said it, he did it. Just as the boy guessed, it opened right away. He finally met living people, and not just one. He could vaguely see their bodies. He tried to focus all his senses to perceive them. First, just stand still and observe for a bit. Looking closely, it was two people, a boy and a girl of about the same age. He immediately moved forward. The other two jumped in surprise. Jian ignored them and continued to explore the area. It's exactly the same in here. The girl couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" He and I are the only survivors here. Hearing her, he knew. She's looking in my direction, but she can't see me in the dark. It seems like only I am shrouded by the darkness. He decided to introduce himself. My name is Jian. I was also imprisoned in a nearby cell. Only then did the two of them realize. So you're saying there are more places like this? The sin of just sitting in one place and not exploring. The boy nodded. It seems so. What's your name? The girl replied. I am Zella. And he is Kale. That was enough to know. There was nothing more to learn. He decisively walked past them. Let's go. The other two were still sitting there. Go where? It seems there are many more places like this. Both of them gasped and shouted. Oh my god. Jian just kept pushing open large doors to move to other areas. Follow me. The other just stared blankly for a moment, thinking, finally. The girl decided to grab the boy's hand. Let's go. Take my hand. The two of them cautiously agreed. Okay. The next door opened. And this place had even more people. They were all gathered together, talking. Jian realized a harsh truth like his section. No one here had starved to death. Instead, they had committed suicide. There were more bowls and food here than in my section. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. They discriminated? Why would there be discrimination between different areas? Suddenly, the girl Zala called out loudly. Jian, these people were also captured and brought here at the same time as us. Her name is Limin, Porcino, and there are quite a few people. All of them followed his lead. Finally, they reached another door. The boy decisively threw it open. This time, light flooded in. The light was too sudden. They had been in the darkness for so long they couldn't react, tightly covering their eyes. Oh, my eyes. He did the same, trying to see through his streaming tears. Is this the outside world? Damn, we're still underground. We've been underground for a very long time. The light they saw was only from a few torches. Even just the torches were enough to nearly blind the whole group. Only after his eyes adjusted could he see clearly. It was a tunnel with torches lighting both sides. What appeared before them was a massive building, but it was all constructed underground. The group continued to advance, which was easier now with the light. Jian opened the door to a room to check first, but he saw nothing inside. There's no one here. Zilla, who was right behind the boy, asked. You're right. What's going on? He didn't answer her, instead looking up at the ceiling. It looked so fragile. They built it in a hurry. The house was just for show. The interior was very Spartan. He wondered why. Suddenly, someone called. Jian, right? He looked over and saw a girl with white hair and blue eyes. She looked strange. She introduced herself. I'm Limin. From now on, I'll take care of you. The boy was completely confused. No one had asked her to. He stared at the girl in disbelief. She slid closer and even reached out to touch his face. Has it always looked like this from the beginning? He was shocked by her words. What? What are you talking about? What she noticed were the boy's eyes. Your red pupils. They're beautiful. There are no mirrors here, he replied. He didn't know, but he instinctively remembered the white snake. He asked anxiously, Are my pupils red? Are they really red? He thought. Could it be because that snake bit me that they turned out like this? In a place like this, being different from everyone else is not a good thing. Luckily, the girl shook her head. The red color fades when a torch is near you, but it's hard to see anyway. It looks like you didn't know. It must be because you came here that this phenomenon occurred. That was a relief. They didn't suspect anything. The boy let out a sigh. Thank God. Seeing him staring blankly, she asked again, What are you thinking about? Ji-young gave a vague reply. Just this and that. Before he could even feel relieved, she hit him with another one. You look very different from the other kids. This scared him. He had to ask immediately. Different how? She tilted her head and smiled. It's just what I think. We all look so confused. But you're the only one who's very calm. While they were talking, Sela walked over. What are you doing over here? Lemon replied. Just talking. Trivial stuff. The girl frowned, staring at them intently for a long time. Then she added, the other kids have decided to stick together from now on. What are you going to do? Ji-yeon didn't quite understand. About what? She decided to invite them. You'll come with us, right? Ji-yeon wouldn't agree so easily. He had to calculate first. Let's wait and see. She was immediately unhappy. Wait and see? You're not planning to come with us. Her attitude was extremely annoying. The boy frowned and repeated seriously. I just said, I want to wait and see how things play out. She was a bit taken aback by his response, not understanding what he was thinking. In the end, she could only nod in agreement. All right, feel free to come find me if you change your mind. Brother, what about you? Lemon rubbed her chin, thinking. She agreed right away. Okay, I'll go with you. It's easier to survive together than alone, right? The other two were very pleased. A very wise decision. Only the boy noticed. They had been isolated from each other for a long time in the dark. They didn't seem stable at all. Even I can't trust them like the others. He decided to distance himself from them and go alone. From now on, I will only watch them from a distance. It had been a short time since the kids had seen each other, and many different groups had already formed. A group with Zell and Kale as its key members. A group led by Kangin. A group gathered with Jae-yoon as its center. A group with Kozin as its leader. And one child who was in no group at all. The others started to notice Ji-yeon. They whispered amongst themselves. I heard he was in the section where no one survived. How did he survive when the others died? Did he steal their value? Did he kill them all? And the fact is, he hasn't joined any group. The boy didn't bother with this. He just silently assessed. No matter where you go, the world is the same. I don't have time to pay attention to them right now. He began to feel and touch the walls of this place. I'm sure this house was built only recently. But looking at these piles of moss, this underground place must have been built a long time ago. And only recently has someone started using it again. Whoever they are, they must have enormous resources and wealth. This isn't something an ordinary person could do. Suddenly, the boy noticed a small sliver of light from above. I need to look carefully. There's light on the ceiling. The light grew larger, and the other children cheered. Look up there. A basket is falling from the ceiling. What? Inside the baskets was food. The whole crowd swarmed like hungry pigs. It's food. Let's eat. Just then, a hand shot out to cover a basket, shouting, Wait, it was Zella and Kale. The others who were blocked became furious, their faces darkening as they cursed. What the hell? Get out of the way. The girl was resolute. No. Her eyes shone. Why don't we divide it evenly among everyone? A guy with spiky red hair emerged from the crowd. Another one did the same. That made 3 in total. It seemed they all had the same idea, each representing a group. Now there were for groups, so there were for leaders. And Ji-yeon on his own. They grinned. As representatives of the leaders, let's distribute it. Wait, before we do anything, there's still the boy. Since you're not in any group, you're your own leader. His eyes widened as he declared, I'll have to take my share too. After saying that, he immediately stuck his hand into the basket to take his first. But the red-haired guy grabbed his wrist tightly, holding him back. Put it down. Ji-yeon was not happy. He gave him a cold look. The guy deliberately glared, emphasizing, No one takes food from the basket without our permission. Everything in the basket will be controlled by us. Hearing that was infuriating. They were planning to use their numbers to bully the boy, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He decisively flung the guy's hand away. No more talk. He thrust his hand forward, blinding one of his eyes. Even the other guys were too shocked to react. The boy was very strong, pinning the big guy to the ground. His voice was more threatening than anything as he asked, What did you say? Say it again. One of his hands was also squeezing his neck tightly, squeezing him that hard. He couldn't speak, but Ji-yeon kept asking, I told you to say it again. The others saw this and rushed forward, shouting at Jian. Let him go. You son of a bitch. Let him go. Now. Of course. He wasn't scared. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His red eyes glared at them. He decisively dug his fingers into the guy's eye to make it hurt more. The rest of them didn't dare to intervene anymore. They just stepped back in fear, trembling. He's insane. Right now, he looked no different from that white snake hunting its prey. Zella calmly walked up and said gently, Please let him go. He can't answer if you do that. The boy had no intention of letting up. He shot back. Why should I? This girl was pretty calm herself. He must have understood the point after what you did, brother. Of course. He had to push for a clear answer. What about the food? The girl had to guarantee it. No one will touch your share, right? The others who witnessed this were scared shitless, nodding continuously, not daring to make a peep. Only then did Jian release him, sparing his life. The red-haired guy was rolling on the ground, clutching his eye. His whole body was shaking. I still have one more eye. He gritted his teeth and cursed. You son of a bitch. He dared to curse. So of course, Jian wouldn't let it slide. He threatened him immediately. What? You want your other eye to suffer the same fate? If you want to be blind, feel free to tell me. Of course, the guy didn't dare to do anything. Just sat there cursing. You crazy bastard. From then on, everyone else got their food properly divided, and no one went hungry. Jian sat alone in a corner, observing everyone. As he ate, he thought, this is a test to filter out the useful children. It's been like this from the beginning, and I'm sure it will continue until they achieve their goal. Many children will die along the way. Sooner or later, they will all be my rivals. Suddenly, Zella came over to talk. How have you been, brother? Are you still okay even after becoming an enemy to everyone? After you did that, many kids left Jae-yun's group. He had noticed that too, and her group had become the largest. She smiled smugly. I thought you didn't pay any attention to this since you've been keeping your distance from everyone here. But I guess you've been watching us all along. Huh? Everyone is the same. He said it straight to her face. As much as you all pay attention to me, I've been watching everyone. After distributing food to everyone in her group, she was the one who ate the least. That's why the other children were so loyal to Zella. She was definitely the most outstanding among the other leaders. Now she was curious. Are you still living in that gloomy room just because the other kids are wary of you? Brother? One person. One room. One basket of food. He never had to fight for it. It's more comfortable there. She nodded. I see. He thought of the snake again. Also because I want to build up more resistance to poison. Well, since the bite doesn't hurt anymore, I guess I've more or less built up a resistance to it. Suddenly, the girl asked again. Why don't you join our group instead of fighting on your own like this, brother? The boy was tired of it and didn't even bother to answer. I remember I already answered that question. She reminded him. Didn't you say you would wait and see how things turn out, brother? As they were talking, the dungeon changed. Ah, it's mealtime. Aye guy shouted a warning. I hope no idiot decides to climb into the basket this time. If you don't want to fall to your death after they cut the rope while it's going up, got it? The moment she looked at it, she was shocked. What the hell? Why is there only this much left? There was much less food than before, and it was mostly vegetables. No one understood. What? Only Jian had predicted this. It's starting. Magnus was a boy who had tried everything to get into the group led by Zella. In her group, he was the smallest, but he made up for it with his resilience and toughness. But that boy, Magnus, was dead. Everyone in the group mourned the boy, filled with anger. Who did this? I'll never forgive the bastard who did this. In truth, everyone knew the reason. The reason Magnus died. It was because he was the weakest. The boy sat high above, looking down, his expression as cold as ever. He had predicted this long ago. Zella and Kale could only grit their teeth and curse. Damn it. I'll kill whoever did this. Zella's voice was cold as she looked at the corpse. It doesn't matter who did it. What really matters is that one of our followers is dead. Her face filled with killing intent. We must retaliate in the same way they did to the boy. This won't stop at just one life. The weakest member of another group will be the next target. Jian knew. The war had begun. Eventually, The weakest member of Kozen's group was found dead. This was just the beginning. Every night that passed, another person died. One from Zella's group, then one from Jae-yoon's group, and Kozen's group, and Kang-in's group. The bodies kept piling up. The children began to suspect each other, and they became as wild as demons in a famine. Food was so scarce that the boy had to start eating dried moss again. Disgusting. I'll never get used to eating this. The starving children hadn't gone too far yet, but I'm sure the peace will end soon. As he was thinking, he saw a flickering light at the end of the corridor. Jian was immediately on guard. A few guys were approaching. At least 3 of them. Kid, I figured it out right away. It's them. 1, 2. At least 4 of them. They couldn't have come this far just by getting lost. They came here on purpose. Just as he thought. The guys were talking as they walked. Are you sure this is the right place? One of them replied. I'm sure. I saw him go this way with my own eyes. They were hunting for Jian, including the red-haired guy whose eye he had blinded. He was using the situation to get his revenge. He gritted his teeth and looked around. Where's that bastard? He was already chuckling to himself, thinking, I've killed the people since the fight started. No. Jian, this is the perfect moment for revenge. This madman's eyes darted around like a cornered animal. Where is he? Suddenly, the guy with him screamed like a ghost. Ah! His whole body convulsed. Something had bitten his leg. The others panicked. Hey, what's wrong? What's happening? Before they could even figure out what the hell had happened, the Geiko Abston died on the spot. The leader quickly shouted a warning. There's something here. Watch out. But before he could finish his sentence, another one fell to the ground. The leader couldn't help but scream in terror. Son of a bitch. 4 of them came. Now only 2 were left. Besides the burning torch, all around them was sinking darkness. Where are you? He was about to die and still didn't know his place, shouting endlessly. Where the hell are you? You filthy rat? His remaining companion didn't sense that behind him. In the darkness, a figure had appeared. Very quickly, his neck was seized by Jian. The leader jumped and turned around. What met his eyes was the image of the boy strangling his companion. He looked terrifying, his eyes staring, his brow furrowed as he looked at him. A jolt like an electric current ran down the leader's spine. He was frozen in place, seeing the glint of green light in the image of a small girl. It took him a moment to find his voice. You bastard! Let him go right now. The boy knew. He looked at the man in his hands, who was dying. His breathing was getting weaker. At this rate, he would die. And I would become a murderer. He hesitated for a moment. Maybe I don't need to kill him right now. But the boy knew that showing mercy to an enemy was harming himself. So, without another word, he snapped his neck in one motion. Sooner or later, I would have to kill someone. Whether I kill them now or later, just getting it over with is the solution. The man was furious but could do nothing. He gritted his teeth and cursed. You bastard. You killed all my men. You vicious demon. The boy said nothing, just stared at him like he was prey. The other guy couldn't figure out his next move. He just charged forward, roaring, Die! He attacked continuously, but Jian dodged every single blow. The bastard couldn't land a hit and was going even more insane. But as he fought, something felt wrong. Since when was the boy no longer there? He looked around in a panic. Where are you? Where did you go? Don't run and hide like a rat. Come out. Like a silent snake. The boy appeared right next to him. This time, you won't just lose one eye. Hearing that, the man was scared shitless and scrambled away, startled. When he turned back, of course, the boy was standing there. The other guy was cornered, with nowhere to run. He stood frozen as he watched the boy approach step by step. Each of his steps added more pressure on the man. A vicious, murderous glint flashed in Jiyeon's eyes. Sweat poured down the leader's face like rain. He was terrified. He knew he was about to be sent off the server. Only now did he open his mouth to beg. Wait, let's team up. You can't fight those other kids for long. Let's cooperate. Zella and Kale's group won't be able to stand against us if we team up. Of course, Jiyeon couldn't agree so easily. He listened to him continue. He didn't stop walking closer. This bastard would say anything to save his own life. If you don't like that, I can be your subordinate. I'll be your subordinate. I'm different from the ones you just killed. I'm very useful. Use me. By the time he finished talking, Jian was standing right in front of him. I know, you'll listen at first, but eventually, you'll do the same thing you did today. The man quickly tried to explain himself. You're wrong. I wouldn't do that. Never. Too much talking. It was giving him a headache. The boy wouldn't listen. He attacked him directly to end it quickly. His hand moved swiftly, hooking upward straight into his chin, knocking him back. Before he could react, Jian's hands twisted his neck. How could he possibly survive that? Before he could finish talking, he was a soulless corpse, dead on the spot. After dealing with these for alone, the boy was exhausted. He panted heavily. The reason I kill again is because I'm still weak. After saying that, he turned and walked away. It's true. He was still weak, so he didn't have the energy to keep guarding against him. Killing him now was quicker. Jae-yoon's group had vanished, precisely because he and his close friends had caused their deaths. All three leaders of the remaining groups knew the reason. It was Jian. He killed Jae-yoon. They should start learning to be afraid of him. Taking on for alone was no small feat. Zella thought in disbelief. Just how strong is he? Brother? He killed a total of 4 people by himself. The other group leader was also intimidated. He's cunning and stubborn. He knows exactly what to do to make people fear him. He recalled what had happened. The act of distributing food to everyone had made the problem go too far to be resolved. Everyone had to kill each other to fight for food. In the end, everyone would become a murderer. Jian. He killed Jae-yoon, the strongest among them. No one would dare to touch him. He couldn't help but warn his subordinates. Hey, don't ever think about doing anything to Jian. And don't get near him. What's worse than someone who has nothing to protect? The others obediently agreed. Okay, understood. Just then, one of his group members came running back. Calling out, Boss, what is it? What are you in such a hurry for? The guy, out of breath, reported, There are 2 people at the red house to the north. I think they're the ones who were kicked out of Zella's group. The leader asked in disbelief. Are you sure? Positive. I checked many times. What the team leader cared about most was, what about their food? The other guy quickly added, They have a potato in their hands. They'll eat it all if we don't get there quickly. The whole group immediately got excited. Boss, let's go. A potato. This was truly pathetic. Killing someone just for a potato? He thought this but still powerlessly agreed. All right, everyone get ready. It was true. 2 people were sitting and sharing a potato. Kozen's whole group was hiding behind a wall, peeking at the 2. Look, it really was those 2 kids holding food. The stalking group immediately turned into hungry tigers. Their eyes read, a potato. Kozen hadn't even given the order yet. The kids just rushed forward. Kill them. Take it. The 2 kids sitting there were startled by the scene. They immediately stood up and ran for their lives, ignoring the crowd chasing behind them, screaming, Stop! Don't let them escape. Stop! Hand over that potato. Kozen stood there, frozen, watching the chaotic scene where his orders were no longer being followed. But he was still clear-headed enough to see that something was wrong. This position is very disadvantageous for us. The 2 kids ran into a house and whistled as a signal. Immediately, other children who were hiding inside, armed with weapons, rushed out to attack. By the time Kozen realized it, it was too late. He screamed in terror. It's a trap. The children who were chasing to steal the food were all beaten mercilessly. They were actually being beaten to death, not just scared. Kozen watched in horror, unable to do anything but scream. Damn it. It's a trap. Everyone, retreat. But now, even he had no way to retreat. He was surrounded by several people, all holding wooden clubs. Zella walked out with a smug smile. To catch such a big fish with just 1 potato. Looks like today we can reduce the number of mouths we need to feed. Kozen cursed bitterly under his breath. A mistake? Really? He still had the nerve to curse them. You bastards. How dare you? Zella was emotional, staring at him. Finally, he had to beg. Can you just kill me? I'm begging you. Only then did she speak. I'd love to grant your request, but we don't have that much food. He gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. Will you only be satisfied when you've killed everyone? There is no room for conscience now. If you were in my position, you would do the same. The girl didn't say much more. Turning on her heel. Kill them all. The group rushed into attack without waiting any longer. Kozan was definitely dead this time. He held out for a while, fighting viciously. Zella stood below, looking up, right where Jian was sitting. He knew everything but said nothing. The boy thought to himself, I've seen how everything unfolds. Battles using the terrain. Many different shortcuts and tricks. Positions were set up so that as long as there is one talented guard, infiltration would be impossible. It seems the boy learned quite a bit from this battle. This is a different version of a place that exists. Or you could say, a copy. The people who made this place want us to get used to it and get used to killing. One day, they will lure us into terrains like this again. If there's a house like this, it means this place is the manor of a large martial arts clan or someone very influential. The consequences would be enormous if they intended to attack this place recklessly. That's why they're using us. We are tools they can discard after each use. They threw us into hell and completely destroyed our original nature. The tools they want, they forced them to become assassins. Everything was just as the boy was thinking. The children started to get used to it, even gloating about killing. Did you see that bastard? The one I strangled to death. When he was about to die, he looked like a carp. Did you see him jump when I approached from behind? I thought he was a hedgehog or something. Oh, I thought so too. Our leader is the best. Especially the girl Zella. Her face beaming with a joyful smile. All right, we've won an absolute victory. No one dares to oppose us anymore. The girl Lemon sat silently in the distance, watching. The girl's hands were trembling. I can still smell the blood. They've all gotten used to killing. How can they eat so comfortably with hands stained with human blood? It was too much to imagine. The more she thought, the more the girl shivered and hugged herself tightly. The other children and me. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She was terrified. Just then, a light shone down from above again. The group of kids gathered around, waiting. Some of the sharp ones noticed. What? Is it mealtime already? Shouldn't it be a bit later? Zella ordered. We have to take as much as we can. The group replied in unison. Yes. Of course. The girl was still lost in her joy. This time, we can finally eat our fill. Kozan is gone. No group can stop us anymore. She suddenly looked around, wondering. Now that I think about it, where's Jian? Oh, there he is. The boy was also standing there, looking up. But why did he have such a tense expression? As if he was worried about something? She immediately became wary. What is he worried about? Kale? Next to her, suddenly shouted, What the hell? By the time she turned back, she saw a bunch of people in black robes and masks, jumping down from above. The group of people appeared in a flash, without saying a word. The children were stunned, not understanding anything. The masked men's eyes glinted viciously. They didn't hesitate to raise their weapons and attack the children. They struck with incredible force. Every child was knocked down, unable to defend themselves. Even Zella couldn't block a single blow. The children screamed in pain. Stop! Jian was also beaten mercilessly. The boy gritted his teeth and endured. I expected this, but I can't believe they used violence from the very beginning. Even beasts aren't this cruel. Endure it. I'll only draw their attention if I act now. I must not make them notice me. There were 3 men in different clothes, wearing masks numbered 1, 2, and 3. They stood seriously, watching their subordinates beat the children. The boy looked at them carefully. It's them. They are the ones who are really giving the orders to these masked men. Finally, one of them raised his hand to signal. The others immediately stopped. The children had been beaten to a pulp. One of them spoke. You can call me First Blade. From now on, your lives are mine. No exceptions. You will be managed by me. An angry child yelled. Who the hell are you? But before he could finish his sentence, one of them decapitated the boy. Blood splattered all over the ground. The other children were terrified, covering their mouths, not daring to make a sound. The man with the number 1 mask spoke. I did not give you permission to open your mouths. Jian clenched his fists, glaring at him, ungritting his teeth. The scene shifts to a brightly lit room with a fire tower. A conversation is heard. They are venomous parasites. When you put venomous creatures in a jar, they will eat each other until only one remains. The last one remaining will contain the most potent poison. That is the ultimate parasite. These masked men were calculating. Out of countless children, only the smartest and the ones with the strongest will to survive made it. Just as I wished. Number 1 asked. Which one is worthy of attention? Number 2 gave a name. Zella. As you expected. Sir. Because she leads the largest group. Her influence on the other children is the strongest. If we don't completely crush her will, she will be very difficult to deal with in the future. Number 1 ordered. Pay special attention to her. Make it so she doesn't even dare to think of rebelling. Understood? Kale and Kang-in are also quite noteworthy. Although they are overshadowed by Zella, they are excellent in martial arts. Of course, they also paid attention to the boy, the sole survivor of Area 1. Number 1 asked, what happened to him? He replied, if you mean Jian. Sir, he is still alive. Number 1 nodded. I know Area 1 had the least amount of food and the worst conditions. A survivor from that area will not be ordinary. He ordered, watch him very carefully. Number 2 clasped his hands and bowed. Understood. Now only Number 1 was left. He reached into his pocket. Only 6 years left. The request must be completed before the deadline. What he took out was a gleaming yellow piece of paper. He wondered, why did the captain accept a request like this? It read exclusively for the captain of the Blood Spirit Brigade. Assassination request. Time 7 years. Reward 500. 0 gold tiles. Condition leave no trace related to the Blood Spirit Brigade. Outside, the children were gathered around the building. Looking up, Number 3 stood on the roof, his entire body exuding killing intent as he looked down. He pointed a finger and ordered, that last palace is your target. Whoever gets there first will be allowed to rest for 1 shichen. Conversely, whoever is last will know what hell is. A shichen is a unit of time. 1 shichen is 2 hours. The reward was too tempting. The whole group of kids rushed forward like moths to a flame. It was a series of harsh days. They trained to raise young boys and girls into assassins. If you couldn't endure this process, you would only die a meaningless death before leaving this place. To survive, you had to endure no matter what. As expected, Zella was the best. The girl quickly got the flag. Her outstanding intellect, judgment, courage, and execution were all top tier. Meanwhile, the masked men would observe and evaluate the children. They looked at Jian. Performance average. He's not very outstanding at the moment. It seems this is his limit. Number 1 was a little displeased. Was I mistaken? I had some expectations for the sole survivor of Area 1. Still, just in case, let's keep an eye on him. On the other side, Zella frowned in confusion and asked, the thunder-splitting heart manual? The girl looked at the boy reading the book and wondered, are you still reading that? You've already grasped some of it. Brother, the instructors didn't tell us to read it now. He looked confused at the book in his hand. It's just that. The girl yawned. Aren't you tired, brother? Your stamina is really good. Read hard. I'm going to sleep first. With that, the girl ran off. Only the boy knew. That Number 1 had once said, the thunder-splitting heart manual is something our brigade acquired with great difficulty. It's a heart manual that is easy for beginners like you to learn. I will give you 3 months' time. Just practice the thunder-splitting heart manual. That's why you practice like a madman. If you master the first step, you will be reborn with a physical body that can accumulate internal energy and sense ki. Jian practiced day and night, wondering how to sense ki. The instructors all said it required practice, and that's what I need to do. For the children, and even for the instructors, this is the first step to sensing ki. But it seems none of them fully understand the thunder-splitting heart manual. Thunder-splitting means to tear apart lightning. In reality, you can't tear apart lightning with human strength. This mantra is about the speed of thought. In other words, perhaps it has an internal meaning. If I keep this interpretation in mind while practicing the thunder-splitting heart manual, I will surely achieve different results than before. The boy's goal in life was that even if he learned martial arts before others, he wouldn't reveal it, to live not too prominently, nor too weakly, and to not attract any attention. That's how I've decided to live. Every day, the children practiced with each other, with real weapons, for their real lives. A kid holding a sharp dagger rushed to slash him. The boy leaned back to dodge. The kid laughed sinister lie. You managed to dodge that? He hadn't expected them to play so rough. He really tried to kill me just now. He asked in confusion. Why did you do that? The other kid had lost all reason and cackled. Isn't a real fight more exciting? The boy was not happy anymore. Is that so? Well, if you insist. They were about to kill each other for real. But the masked men said nothing. He glanced at them. The instructors only teach with real swords. Maybe they don't know about fake ones. It's for the best. Isn't it? The other kid had no intention of stopping, continuing to provoke. So, use your full strength. If you don't, you'll be eaten alive. He madly rushed forward to attack first. This guy was also quick and agile. None of the people who had survived this long were ordinary. He's also a risk-taker, using hidden weapons. That madman held 3 throwing stars in one hand and charged forward. He aimed straight for Jion's back and through. His hidden weapons flew in a circle with the boy as the center. Of course, he dodged them all without any difficulty. While he was dodging the hidden weapons, the guy also rushed in for a sneak attack from behind. Of course, the boy leapt up, quickly drawing his dagger to block the stabbing motion. That block was incredibly beautiful. Super professional. Number 3, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. This fight seemed as tense as a violin string, with 2 evenly matched opponents. The other guy held his dagger and smiled. Not bad. You blocked all those. He continued to provoke. But it's no fun if you only defend like that. Let's do something a little more interesting. After saying that, he shot forward like an arrow. This time, it seemed it wouldn't end until one of them was dead. Jian had no choice. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. There's no other way. The boy decisively dropped the dagger in his hand. The sharp dagger stuck straight into the ground. Number 3, watching, didn't understand what he was planning to do. The bastard thought life was a bed of roses. He charged forward smugly. What's this? Giving up already? Of course not. That word doesn't exist in Jion's dictionary. He didn't say much, directly clenching both fists and delivering a straight punch to the guy's stomach. Just looking at it was painful. The guy coughed up blood. His intestines might have just hit his spine. The 2 masked men watching the scene talked. Their growth rate is faster than we thought. At this rate, it won't take 7 years. We can probably catch him in 5. Number 1 laughed mockingly. You underestimate our opponent too much, don't you? That man is so talented he's called the number 1 in Sichuan province. To deal with someone like that, even our best efforts aren't enough. One small mistake, and the entire Blood Spirit Brigade could be wiped out. Isn't that why the brigade captain captured and trained children unrelated to the Blood Spirit Brigade? Even if we fail, there will be no repercussions. My apologies. I did not mean to underestimate the target. Number 1 nodded. I know, but you must not lose focus. These men were raising children as tools, squeezing them until not a drop was left. How is the sword technique instruction going? No obstacles. Push the children harder. Many will die. The survivors will become as strong as him. In Jion's fight, his opponent finally collapsed. The 2 masked men stood still, watching what would happen next. He didn't intend to kill him, just stood there staring. The masked man saw this and approached. You did that? Their bodies radiated killing intent. It was number 1 and number 2. He hadn't detected them at all. He wondered in confusion. When did they get here? The other man placed a longsword right at the boy's neck. He didn't understand why they were doing this. Sweat poured down the boy's face. Why so suddenly? The speed of the sword was so fast he couldn't see it with his naked eye. How can someone draw and swing a sword so abnormally fast? The other guy wasn't dead yet, but he was groaning in pain. He couldn't understand. Did I make a mistake? Did I overstep my bounds? In the end, all they wanted was to control someone like a tool. If you make a mistake, you die. The boy understood their intentions clearly. Suddenly, the man lowered his sword. Without another word, he turned and left. After a while, he threw back a cryptic sentence. An assassin leaves no trace, under any circumstances. Breaking his wrist and leaving a mark like that is no different from telling others your martial arts and your identity. Remember this. Absolutely no traces. So that was the lesson. The other 10 kids nodded. The boy also shouted, Yes, sir. After this fight, he was also very tired. There wasn't a single peaceful day here. Time flew by like a dog running in a field. 6 years later, this place was still the same. Jian and the other kids were still training here. The masked men were still the same. They trained them without a single day of rest. Suddenly, he kicked straight towards one side. The child fell to the ground in pain. He warned the kid, "If I were an enemy, you would be dead." The kid could only nod in understanding. Only then did he leave. This was another training exercise. Even though I've trained hard, using the turtle's breath technique without experience will eventually get you exposed. The turtle's breath technique is a skill to erase your presence by faking death. But many of the kids couldn't master this technique and were all discovered. He sighed in disappointment. Still a way to go. He continued searching. Now there was only one person left. He scanned his surroundings, not missing a single spot. But he felt something was wrong. "I was told there were 5 people hiding here. Isn't that right? It's impossible for them not to be here. No matter how hard I look, I can't sense the presence of a living person. Why?" He slammed the staff in his hand onto the ground. "I give up. I can't find anyone. Let's go." Immediately, the ground beneath his feet moved. Even he couldn't have expected it. The one who was hiding was extremely smug. I hid this close to him. The man in the red robe couldn't even see who it was. "Who's there?" The boy's voice rang out. "Jian." It turned out the one who had hidden so well that he couldn't find him was Jian. He looked very mature now. He looked straight at him undazzled. "The training session is over. So, can I rest now?" The other guy was extremely flustered, stammering, Of course." He also turned and walked away. Now the man called after him, "Hey, young man." The scene shifts to another place, where a few guys are sitting around roasting food. A guy holding a skewer laughed crazily and asked, "Who is it?" His voice was full of sarcasm. How could someone so noble come here? Jian glared at him as a warning. "Your face is changing." Roxen. "Is that the face of Du Gangyan? He's been in his grave for a long time." The guy's attitude finally softened. He laughed while taking a bite of the skewer. "That's why I can use it." The boy was speechless and reminded him, "If you do that, you'll forget your own face." He was still defiant. "So, what? It's not like I can get out of here anyway." But the boy asserted, "You can." The guy's face was dumbfounded. "What?" But Jian didn't bother to answer him anymore. The girl Zella, while roasting meat, turned and said, "The quality of the food is getting better." The girl's expression was very serious. "We will soon be carrying out a plan." Of course, that was the case. No one would feed them here for no reason. Jian. The day has finally come. An old man sat in a brightly lit room and let out a sigh. Phew. On the table was the #1 mask. This old man was First Blade. Jian. He said to himself. In the past 6 years, 30 out of 300 children have been raised to become assassins. The martial world is an extremely harsh place. If they don't know how to kill, compared to starting from the bottom of society, these kids are pretty lucky. I'm getting old, aren't I? Why am I feeling this way? Suddenly, the door to his room opened. It was #2 and #3 who entered. They looked at the old man in surprise and asked, "Why did you take off your mask?" "Sir?" Jian smiled and waved his hand. "It was just a little stuffy. I've endured it for over 6 years. If you too feel stuffy, you can take yours off too." The two of them turned to look at each other in astonishment. It was a godsend. Take it off right away. Of course. What else? These two were Second Blade go Xi and Hang and Third Blade sang Dix in. The 3 of them sat around a round table. At times like these, even just a cup of wine is enough to make one feel regret. Wine? Once we get out, we can drink as much as we want. The time to get out is coming soon. The old men were visibly happy. The 7th year is almost here. If nothing special happens, the kids will be sent on their assassination mission, and we will be freed from this place. The old man Jian asked, "How are the kids?" "Better than expected. Some of them have even surpassed the instructor's standards. It would be a real waste to use them just once and then discard them." The old leader was helpless. There's no other way. The contract was like that from the beginning. Now we have to begin the final step. After saying that, he took a book from his clothes and placed it on the table. The 3 old men brought the books to the children. Every time they went out, they would of course wear their masks fully. They began to assign the mission. 3 of you will have to master this martial art. The other 27 will have to secretly attack and kill the 3 who have mastered it. The children began to panic. No one wanted to be in the minority to be killed by the majority. Whispers and discussions broke out. Does this mean we have to kill each other again? Damn it. It still comes down to this in the end. The old man M.S.A. Jaeyoung continued. This will be the last time. After this training session ends. Until you leave this place. You will not have to undergo any other training. The children were silent, asking each other in disbelief. Really? Can we really get out of here? The sharp mind of the girls Ella had already come up with a dirty plan. If those 3 are sacrificed, the remaining 27 will be safe. Can the rest of us rest comfortably until we get out? Jian also thought. This is clearly a poison bait. Those who learn that martial art will become the targets of the other children. The level of that martial arts manual must be very high, since it's the reason for the assassination. It's worth being ambitious for. After thinking it over, he finally raised his hand to volunteer. He announced to the crowd, I will learn it. Out of the 3, 1 had volunteered, and he was the only one. Zella looked over anxiously. Are you planning to be a sacrificial lamb, brother? The boy had calculated everything. He wasn't scared. A sacrificial lamb or a hungry wolf? Time will tell soon enough. The girl warned him beforehand. You'd better be careful. Everyone here will be aiming for you. So what? I've always been on my own. Just wait and see. Very quickly, the other 2 who had to learn the book were killed. The first one killed was Kale. After killing him, the killer said, Sorry. This side learned the martial art through a lottery. It might be a bit unfair, but it can't be helped. Now only one of the 3 who learned the martial art from the book remained. Jian. Roxan, as usual, had a wicked grin. What a deadly scene. My mood is getting more and more excited. Limon also participated in this round. Now only Jian is left, right? It's been a long time since we've seen him. Could he have already escaped? Sila immediately denied it. No way. Jian is still in here. We just haven't found him yet. The girl thought. The last time I saw Jian was a few days ago when he started the training session. At that time, the girl had told the boy, Jian, maybe you should throw that sword away. Strangely, you don't seem to have any fear of swords. Brother, you've been constantly blocking my attacks. Thinking back now, she felt a bit foolish. I gave him advice for nothing, didn't I? He's a bit hard to deal with anyway. Unexpectedly, the bored Roxan came up with an idea. Why don't we kill the instructors? That seems much easier than killing that Jian guy. Kel nodded in agreement. I think so too. But those people won't just let us do whatever we want without any preparations. They've clearly placed some kind of prohibition on us. Zella also reminded them. That's right. For now, let's focus on finding Jian first. Right. There's no other way. After they left, a figure appeared next to the corpse. It was the boy. It's unknown how long he had been standing there, but he had overheard their entire conversation. Kill the instructors? He even mercifully closed the eyes of the one who died unjustly. Right now, the instructors are probably busy watching the kids search for me. They can't just leave without supervising those who have such thoughts. If that's the case, now is the perfect opportunity to dig up their true purpose. As he fought it, he did it. Jian stealthily hid outside the building. This is the instructor's temporary residence. The security is too tight. There are always men in reed robes standing guard. The boy was on another level now, but it's not impossible to get past them. He stood and observed for a while longer. The instructors had said that when moving the body, the turtle's breath technique would be activated. However, if I break down my breathing using the thunder-splitting heart manual, things will be different. It will allow me to act while reducing my presence to the absolute limit. I can move skillfully so as not to enter the range of human perception. And so, the boy smoothly passed through the crowd, completely undetected. Covered in black smoke, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm in. This is the deepest part of the residence. He turned his head and looked around. He opened doors to check each place one by one. It was a large room with a round table in the middle. It seems no one is here. Jian bowed his head and looked everywhere. What secret are they hiding? Who are the people who want to raise us as assassins? Where is this? And how do I get out? Suddenly, the boy saw a yellow paper tube. This is. Let's open it and see. Inside, it was written to the captain of the Blood Spirit Brigade. Time 7 years. Assassination request from Wu and Sang. Amount 500. Zaro silver tiles. Condition: do not leave any trace related to the Blood Spirit Brigade. The moment he saw it, he recognized it immediately. A commission letter. His face turned pale with fear. Who is Wen Sang? How dangerous is Wen Sang that they would bring us here for 7 years to experiment, kill, and raise us as assassins? 270 out of 300 people died. Is he really that valuable? Suddenly, a sound made him jump. He was startled. Someone is coming. It was the old man. Number 1. Msa on. He reached the door of the room and stopped abruptly. It seems he also noticed something was wrong. He quickly threw open the door. The room was still empty. The boy had managed to hide before the old man saw him. This old fox finally realized something was amiss. It seems he cleaned up very neatly. But the ending was a bit clumsy. The old man's face contorted with anger. He was extremely annoyed. Who was it? Number 2 and number 3 also arrived. The two of them were walking when they stopped in confusion. In front of them was number 1, radiating killing intent as he approached. The two of them were stunned with fear, asking each other in confusion. What's wrong? Number 1 got straight to the point. Someone has infiltrated my room. He hasn't completely escaped the cave yet. So find him quickly. The other two were shocked, yelling in disbelief. Who would dare to come to the residence of First Blade? Who was it? Can you guess who it is? Sir? I don't see any child with better infiltration skills than him. If that's the case, they knew who it was. Yes, all 3 of them thought of the same person. It was Jian. And right now, the boy was still hiding right here. The boy was hiding right above the old man. And they had no idea. They were still talking. It was truly speechless. Everyone is chasing this guy. So why did he break in here? If we let Jian continue like this, there will definitely be problems. But if we punish him without concrete evidence that he broke in here, the other kids will surely protest strongly. We must direct the children's protests towards Jian. Number 1 was truly a cunning old fox, more profound than a ship. Number 3 hadn't caught on yet. What do you mean? Sir, could it be? The old man had made his decision. We will use the hell's flute. The other to turn pale. But that's the final prohibition. The old man was decided. Anyway, it's a process they have to go through once. Not just Jian, but all the children. It's time to let them know who the true master of their lives is. Do you agree to use the hell's flute? The other two didn't dare to object. They replied in unison. I agree. We will show them what hell is like. The old man did as he said. He stood at the highest point, holding a flute. The other children were walking around, going about their business as usual. They were searching for the boy. Where on earth is Jian hiding? Some of them started cursing. Cowardly rat. Can't even show his face. What a coward. The girl Ella thought to herself. Even the kids who pride themselves on their tracking knowledge can't find any trace of him. Not in the training area. Not here either. Where in the world is he? Suddenly, a sound echoed everywhere. The girl quickly realized. Is that a musical instrument? Anyone who heard the sound immediately collapsed on the spot, screaming in pain. Hiya! Even the girl was the same. A sharp pain in her chest was unbearable. She couldn't stand and crumpled to the ground. All those children were in agony. Ah! Help me! It hurt so much. Lemon's eyes were filled with tears. What is this? My whole body feels like it's being eaten alive by insects. Jian arrived right at the girl's side. He understood. They finally activated the prohibition. But the boy wasn't suffering that much. But my ears only hurt a little. He sat down and gently patted the girl. Why am I the only one who's fine? I have to find out the reason. He placed his hand on the girl's back to test it out. Transferring internal energy is a very dangerous act. Lemon has also alerted the funder, splitting heart manual like me, so there shouldn't be too much conflict. He understood. It's not a problem with internal energy. So what's different about me compared to them? Same food, same environment, same martial arts. Besides those things, what else is there? Poison. The only thing different about him was that he had been bitten by that snake countless times. If the prohibition is related to poison, it could explain why I'm the only one who's fine in this situation. Because I was bitten by snakes for a long time, I've developed a resistance to toxins. But how do you awaken the latent poison in the body all at once? You can't activate poison with just sound. What if the thing inside our bodies isn't poison, but a poisonous insect? What if they mixed a goo parasite with our food and water? Fed it to us. and then stimulated the parasite with that sound? That's it. Just then, someone screamed over there. They're all collapsing over there. A group of soldiers in red robes headed straight for him. They're all gathered here. The boy realized. They're here. What should I do? Should I run? Luckily, his mind worked fast enough. No. If I do that, they might find out about my resistance to poison. Until now, I can't let them see that I'm different from these other kids. Thinking this, he quickly lay down on the ground. Just as they were passing by, one of them recognized him and stopped to look. It's Jian. Jian is here too. He was even acting his part perfectly, writhing on the ground, just like the real thing. The old man Msa fuming with killing intent, walked straight over. He drew his sword, probably intending to finish him off. The old man didn't say much, just swung his sword in one motion. But he didn't take his life, just plunged the sword straight into his shoulder. The old man asked directly, "What did you see in my room? You've hidden your achievements very well all this time. A nail that sticks out like this can't be hammered down in a normal way when it grows up. Trouble like this should be eliminated now." But the other old man was insistent on killing him. The other children are enough. The other guy fiercely stopped him from acting. "You know that's not possible, sir." But the old man, still bitter from being provoked, said, "Controlling him won't be easy." Number 2 stepped in to persuade him. "We have the hell's flute, so we can control him at any time. You can see that he's being incapacitated by the goo parasite, can't you?" Jian, lying on the ground, heard this and had to act even more convincingly, tears and snot streaming down his face. They stood there watching him for a while. Finally, they gave up, turned, and left. "Give the children the antidote." The subordinates in red robes stuffed a pill into each person's mouth. The children gradually recovered, sitting up in confusion, wondering what had just happened. The old fox, just as planned, announced to the children, "All of you have received this punishment because of Jian. If that guy hadn't infiltrated our residence, this wouldn't have happened." He threatened the children. "If I see anyone acting on their own again, all of you will suffer the same agony as today. Remember that." After that incident, the boy returned to his room and continued to practice his martial arts. He remembered what the old man had said earlier. "You can see that he's being incapacitated by the goo parasite, can't you?" The boy understood. "So it really is a goo parasite. If that's the case, then the venom of the snake can suppress this parasite. It's so lucky that I was able to escape the prohibition they place. It really is." Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Lemon's voice was heard. "Is Jian really here?" It was Zella's group, holding torches, searching for him. The girls seemed very annoyed, muttering constantly, "It's been so long since we had time to rest, and yet we have to train every single day." Roxanne was also with them, looking around with a sinister smile. That guy's really unpredictable, rejecting everyone and choosing a gloomy place like this. They had all heard what the old man number 1 had said. "All of you have received this punishment because of Jian." The girl understood. At that time, he was blamed by the other kids for that. So even if he went out, there was nothing he could do. Anyway, it's really hard to find him. Where on earth is this kid hiding? As soon as he finished his sentence, the boy appeared right in front of him. "Why are you looking for me?" It was enough to make their hearts leap out of their chests. All of them screamed in turn. "Jian!" My heart almost jumped out of my chest. "You should make a sound when you walk." This kid. He ignored him and turned to the 2 girls. "What is it?" Zella made her intentions clear. "We just want to talk to you, brother." His eyes flashed, glaring as a warning. "Talk about what?" The girl seemed serious. "Not lying. The prohibition. You know what the prohibition is for us, don't you? You weren't there until we collapsed. But after we woke up, you were right beside us. That means you approached us after the prohibition was activated. That means you weren't affected by the prohibition. Or at least you were less affected than us." Hearing these words, Lemon suddenly remembered that when her mind was becoming hazy from the extreme pain, someone had transferred internal energy to her. And that's how she was able to endure. She was deeply moved. "Was that also Jian?" Zella was still pressing him. "You know, don't you, brother? What is the prohibition that was activated on us?" Well, since they had figured it out to this extent, he wouldn't hide it from them anymore. He nodded. "Yes." The whole group stared at him blankly. Ji-yeon told them. I know what prohibition was used on us. The girls Ella impatiently urged him. Tell us too. What is that prohibition? Nothing is free. He asked directly. Why should I do that? Why should I tell you all? What benefit will I get? It was clear they were hunting him, wanting to kill him. Yet they had the nerve to say, isn't this guy being too harsh on his comrades? Ji-yeon looked at them with disgust. Close enough to joke around. Comrades? If you thought of me as a comrade, you wouldn't have persistently tracked and attacked me like that. Isn't that right? The three of them jumped, unable to deny it. Roxon, true to his thick-skinned nature, laughed out loud. All right, then from now on, we'll be comrades, right? I swear, no matter what happens, I will not abandon you and will consider you my friend. The two girls turned to look at him. Speechless. He flips faster than a pancake. He really had a way with words. You're going to get away with it with just those words? You're really thick-skinned. He was still grinning. To want to learn the sword, you have to be thick-skinned. You have nothing to lose by having someone as capable as me as your friend. His eyes shone as he spoke like a god. If you seek freedom, seek out the Gong Hearts Brigade. I will, for the sake of our past relationship, help a little. The other girls also chimed in. From now on, I will also think of you as my friend, brother. Especially Zella. She confidently placed a hand on her chest and declared, at least, the children who follow me will not be your enemies in the future. The girl's face turned red as she finally managed to say, I also have special feelings for Ji-yeon. I would never betray you. With that, he had no choice but to agree. He finally told them the secret: it was a goo parasite. The other three were clearly not expecting that. All of us have been poisoned with a goo parasite. It's a type of poison. Normally, they are dormant inside our bodies, but they react to the sound waves of the flute and release their poison. That poison circulates through our blood vessels and attacks our internal organs. Everyone's faces turned pale. What Della cared about most was, then how were you able to avoid the release of that parasite? Brother? Ji-yeon kept this a secret. He just answered vaguely. I've always been strong against poison, so I wasn't affected. That's it. I've told you everything now. So you guys figure out a way to repel the parasite on your own. The boy had calculated everything. The more variables, the better. If just one or two of them could escape the control of the parasite, it would create countless variables. The more Lemon looked, the more she admired the boy. He's truly an unfathomable child. The more I pay attention, the more mysterious he seems. Zella did as she said and didn't ask any more questions. Thank you, brother. I will definitely repay you for this. If you ever need anything, just come find me. I will at least do everything I can to help. He nodded slightly. All right. The others took the hint and left. Then we'll be going. Only Lemon hesitated, staying a moment longer. The girl's face turned red with shyness. Lemon. She placed her hand on her chest, her eyes wide. That is my real name. I hope you will remember it. After saying that, she also turned and left. The boy heard it but didn't really understand what the girl meant by it. One day, the light from above shone down more than usual. The old man Mshaon stood before the children and announced, Today, we are leaving. The group of children was both happy and extremely tense. Finally, the old man suddenly called out, Zella. The girl immediately raised her hand. Yes. The old man gave her a task. The instructors will go out first. Then it's your turn. You are responsible for leading them out. The girl, entrusted with this task, was overjoyed. I understand. A large basket was lowered from above. The old man turned to look at the children lined up nervously. Only a few of them will survive. The children have become stronger, but their opponent is potentially a peerless expert. It will be difficult to survive. He thought this but didn't care. It has nothing to do with me anyway. My responsibility is over. Now I will put this tiresome life of an assassin behind me and retire. The three old men went up first. Only now did the children dare to let loose and cheer. Finally, we can get out. Zella began to organize them. Since the basket isn't big, half of you go up first. You go first, Trevor. J.H. and Sam. In Mo. Jian stood below, looking up in disbelief. Are we really getting out now? Finally, Zella suddenly walked up to him and asked, We're about to go on a mission, right? He nodded. I guess so. He probed her as well. What about the goo parasite? Unexpectedly, they had done better than he thought. A few people have already detoxified. Lemon knows a lot about poison. Lemon. That name reminded him of the white-haired, red-eyed girl. Only they hadn't got up yet. The girl walked past him. That's right. Now let's get out. Let's go. Zilla grabbed the handle of the basket and smiled. Get in quick. We're the last ones. The basket was gradually pulled higher. Jian stood on it, looking down one last time. Only now did he see. In a basement this deep? It wasn't like hell. It was literally hell. For 7 years. In a place like this. Roxen excitedly shouted. We're here. It's the outside. We're finally outside. The light shining down grew stronger and stronger. Only now did Jian come to his senses. He quickly tore off his shirt. Everyone, if you don't want to go blind, cover your faces quickly. Only now did the others think of it and hurriedly followed his lead. Damn it. Hurry up. This was a real trial. Who knows? The kids who went up before him might already be blind. After so many years living in a dark prison, normal light was now no different from staring directly at the sun for them. It hurts. The light is so hot. The terrified screams of the children echoed. Ah! Outside. They could see that they were being pulled up from a large well. There were a few men standing outside, waiting. Seeing the people who knew to tear their clothes and cover their eyes, he smiled with satisfaction. We've created some usable ones, haven't we? Not just their eyes, but their skin, wherever it was exposed, was burned red by the light. The boy had never heard this voice before. He wondered, who is that? The old man stared at the people, smiling smugly and sinister lie. This should be enough to satisfy the client. Jian's eyes were tightly covered, and he couldn't see anything. He could only guess. A voice like that, without a trace of emotion. A way of speaking as if from a superior position. This person is probably the master of the Blood Spirit Brigade. The boy's guess was correct. That old man was the Blood Spirit Brigade's captain. Go Du Yang. He coldly ordered. Bring them all into the carriages. First, transfer them to the King Fang Inn to let them adapt to the outside world. The group of people standing behind him clasped their hands and bowed. As you command. And so, the whole group was taken away. Jian silently memorized it. I've remembered his voice clearly. The Blood Spirit Brigade's captain was the one who had twisted his life into this. He had calculated everything. This is where you rest. You will adapt to the outside world from this place. He still had no intention of stopping the selection process. Rest assured, you are out now. Those who are lazy, I will personally snuff out their breath. Outside, Jian was arranged to stay with Roxen. From the moment they entered the room, the boy had been constantly looking out the window, making them curious. Without turning back, he knew they were looking at him. He said, everyone can arrange their living space however they want. Don't mind me. Roxen was still as annoying as ever, teasing him. Who's paying attention to you? He ignored him and walked straight out. I'm going out to wash up. The group asked in surprise. Hell? After asking, the group saw that there was a water well right there. And so, the whole group competed to draw water and wash themselves, laughing and playing. This is so refreshing. After Jian finished washing, he lay down comfortably to rest. The moonlight, the wind, the cool water, finally out of that place. These past few years, this was probably the happiest they had been. He gently closed his eyes, taking the chance to enjoy it. They played endlessly, from dark until dawn. He saw a bright yellow flower there. A few people gathered to look. What's the name of this flower? It's so beautiful. To be able to see a flower like this again. The children were so happy they started to cry. But before they could enjoy it, a cold foot stepped forward and crushed the flower. He walked over and threw a few daggers onto the ground. It was still a masked man, glaring coldly. Distribute the weapons and take good care of them. It won't be long before you need them. The scene shifts to Qianbeng River. Great Moon Hall. Inside the house, two people sat opposite each other. Go Du Yang. While pouring water, said obsequious lie. You've worked hard all this time, uncle. The person sitting with him was the old man Msajan. This is what I must do. The two of them spoke with false modesty. Thanks to the sacrifice of you and the others, uncle, The brigade's funds have become more abundant. I don't know how to repay this debt. There is no debt here. If it weren't for the former master, I would have died a miserable death. He smiled and poured more tea. You have done everything that was needed, uncle. Now, please rest comfortably. This was exactly what the old man wanted. Are you saying you'll allow me to retire? Go Du Yang smiled. Of course, not just you, uncle, but I can also arrange for second blade and third blade to retire comfortably. The old man took a sip of water. Thank you. What's there to thank? You have dedicated your entire life to the Blood Spirit Brigade, so we must show our goodwill like this. The old man fell silent for a moment before saying, I feel sorry for them. To be used only once and then discarded. Their abilities and qualities are too outstanding. Before he could finish, the other man raised his hand to interrupt. I know, it's a waste of the children's abilities, but we have no other choice. Our relationship with them ends here. Do you know who the client is? Go Du Yang smiled, sinister lion sigh. I don't know either. If we want to do this job for a long time, we need to know our limits. There's no reason to cause trouble for an important figure with a commission worth 500 Zara gold tiles. In fact, he had calculated everything. Until the Blood Spirit Brigade becomes on par with the strongest assassin group, the 100 Ghosts Order, no amount of caution is enough. Just thinking about it was enough to make him ecstatic, his eyes glowing red. Once this request is completed, the Blood Spirit Brigade will take a great leap forward. If so, catching up to the 100 Ghost Order will not be impossible. On the other side, Jiom was dressed in a black assassin's outfit. Holding a sharp dagger, Roxanne glared and smiled. What are you thinking so hard about? What? Feeling nervous about going on a mission soon? The boy couldn't be bothered to argue with him, unreplied vaguely. To some extent, he was clearly trying to provoke him. This fake thing is lying again. You? Nervous? The dogs in the neighborhood would laugh if they heard that. The boy retorted sarcastically. In that case, you seem quite nervous. I see you're talking a lot of nonsense. He had hit a nerve. He shouted back. Huh? Who's nervous? The whole group was like hunting dogs thirsty for prey. I'm even looking forward to being sent on a mission soon. We have to eliminate someone to repay all our hardships over the years. Saying them like this, he didn't bother to say anything more. Just then, a shout came from outside. Right now, prepare the equipment you received and come outside. From now on, you will secretly move to this location with me. Unexpectedly, at this moment, even Jion couldn't contain his excitement anymore. His body radiated killing intent. His fists clenched. Finally, the whole group rushed into the night like moths to a flame. Without a sound, the masked man silently supervised. They are doing very well without falling behind. This leader was Fourth Blade. He smiled with satisfaction. You have raised them well, brothers. But it's a pity. These children are not inferior even when compared to the members of the brigade. Suddenly, he stood at the edge of a cliff and shouted, Stop! Everyone! Hadir! Immediately, the entire team vanished without a trace. He looked up at the surroundings. Your target is on Mount KY. If you go up as I've instructed, you will see a place similar to the one you used to live in. Among them, your target is the person in the Great Moon Hall. Hearing this, the children immediately recognized it. If it's the Great Moon Hall, it's clearly the small shrine on the outskirts of Jeolna County. We are currently on the path to it. Who on earth is in the Great Moon Hall that it took 7 years to turn us into assassins? Wu and sang. The boy was getting very curious. But before the group could even start their mission, one of them was stabbed to death. Jion was shocked by this scene. What? It was the first shock of his life. Luckily, the boy was well hidden, or he would have died too. The one who killed him was a muscular man wearing only pants, holding a staff. Each of his thrusts skilled, an assassin. This is for real. The assassins are in hiding. I can't believe a group of assassins would dare to hide so close to Mount King Cheng. How bold! This big guy was COG. But he wasn't alone. There were a bunch more of them. They're the ones who came to attack the King Cheng sect. Fight and kill them all. Jion heard this unpanicked. We're at a disadvantage. First, we need to get away. Staying here would only be feeding them our lives. These guys were very skilled, even thrusting their sharp spears into the ground to search. And they actually managed to poke someone out. After just a few pokes, a group of assassins flew up from the ground. Break out. After breaking through the encirclement, regroup. The assassins ran as fast as the wind. The other group of people just stood there staring, unable to react in time. It took them a moment to shout to each other. Where did they go? Chase them. Zog watched the scene and gritted his teeth in anger. He threw his long spear straight ahead, and he actually managed to kill another assassin. His skill was not ordinary at all. The more he hit them, the more excited he became, as if he were playing a game. He snatched the spear from the guy next to him. Give it here, shouting next. As he threw, he hit another one. This bastard threw without getting tired, killing countless assassins. Each of his next calls meant another person dead. He laughed sinister lie, spinning his spear. The last one. The last person he was aiming for in the squad now is Jian. He ran like crazy, turning back to see the tip of the spear right beside him. He quickly leapt to the side to dodge, and he actually managed to dodge his one-shot throw. He was the only one who had done it so far. The man threw continuously, and Jian dodged left and right without stopping. He even had time to kick one of their sharp spears back at them, aiming straight for that arrogant bastard. Zog. The whole group froze and stared. What? What was that? Before they could even understand what had happened, the boy was right behind them, sending them to meet their maker. He had killed as many of his comrades with his spear throws, and now Jian snapped the necks of just as many of his men. The spear Jian kicked back was aimed straight at Zog, but he wasn't scared at all. The spear missed and plunged straight into the ground, not even touching a single hair on his leg. But the force the boy put into it was immense. The spear shattered the ground right where he stood. He was furious, roaring, "Look at this! Chase them! Don't let a single one escape! And kill them all!" Jian heard this and was pretty scared. Confronting all of them is too much for me. I have to get out of here first. But most of that guy's subordinates were almost dead already. There was no one left to chase him. He watched him go. Furious, gritting his teeth, he pulled the spear out of the ground. The blood of the slain assassins flowed like a river. There were still some who were barely alive, trying to crawl away. I don't want to die. After being locked up for 7 years, to finally get out only to die. It's too cruel. What do we do wrong? However, the other man had no sympathy to spare. He intended to stab him to death. A mere junior assassin dares to cross the prestigious Azure Citadel sect. That is your mistake. Elsewhere, Jian was running for his life, desperately trying to escape. It's impossible to understand. How did they find my hiding place? I didn't encounter a single person on my way to this deserted mountain. Remembering what that man said, it's true the assassins are hiding here. What else is there to doubt? Someone leaked the information. Within our group, only I knew who the assassination target was. Who on earth could have leaked the information? Thinking back, I don't see any sign of First Blade or his men. They clearly withdrew before the surprise attack. So the reason they abandoned me to be attacked is to destroy the evidence. That must be it. As he was thinking, a volley of arrows suddenly rained down on him. No matter how skilled Jian was at dodging, he couldn't avoid them all. In the end, 2 arrows pierced his body. Blood gushed out. Jian was struck by 2 arrows in the same spot. I can't understand it. What's the reason? Is this an issue with the Blood Spirit Brigade? Or did the client change their mind? Looking at the situation before him, it was certain the Blood Spirit Brigade had abandoned him. If that's the case, Jian must survive by any means necessary. The men with arrows gave chase, but by the time they arrived, they only found a pool of his blood. Jian was cornered, with no other choice but to fend for himself. With a single slash, he cut one of the men in half. Just as he killed one, the entire group spotted him. Over there. The man is over there. Get him. This was getting tense. He had to think of a way out. The only way was to take a leap of faith off the cliff. After jumping down, he saw a symbol left by his comrades. North, 200 Thien. I'll head deeper into the forest. A comrade has already left a sign. After walking for a bit, he saw a huge, blood-stained boulder. Written on it was 400 Thien to the northeast. Some bloodstains. Was the person who wrote the code injured? This is serious. He's clearly badly hurt. But just as he started running, he saw the group of pursuers right behind him. He's clearly nearby. Search every nook and cranny. Jiyoung quickly glanced around to assess the situation. To think they would set up such a huge dragnet just to catch a single assassin. Looking at the uniforms of the warriors, at least 7 different sects were involved. At this scale, this isn't just a blood spirit brigade problem anymore. Just as he was hesitating, something flashed in his vision. That familiar white hair. It was both recognizable and startling. It turned out to be Limin. She looked terrified. Their eyes met. This girl actually managed to knock him flat on his back. Limin. She recognized him too. So it's you. Jian. I'm so glad I found you. After speaking, she could no longer stand. She collapsed to the ground. A deep gash on her body. Jian rushed forward, catching her and holding her tightly. She's critically injured. If I leave her like this. He looked around and saw she was alone. Where are the others? She answered weakly. Most of them are dead. He quickly asked. So, Jun and Song Cheong, you too? She didn't know. I don't know how this happened. Everyone got separated. She recalled the moment Limin's group was ambushed and scattered. Jaegon had told her, you go on ahead. The two of them stayed behind to fight. Limin could do nothing but cry endlessly. Now, she could only say with regret. They stayed to fight to the end, just so one of us could survive. After speaking, she fainted, her body completely devoid of strength. Jian gently laid her on the ground. Looking at her condition, he gasped, you're going to die soon, too. Limin was already so weak. She knew her fate. I know. How can someone about to die be so calm? He frowned, his eyes narrowing. Aren't you scared? Don't you want to live? The weak girl's eyes filled with tears. I want to live. Can you save me? He couldn't do it. He couldn't even take care of himself. How could he worry about a girl? He told her straight so she wouldn't get her hopes up. No. Her eyes closed gently as she gave a faint smile. That's why I've given up. I know how bad my wounds are. Even so, I'm glad I won't be alone when I die. Will you stay with me? Until the very end? That, could do. The more he thought, the more hopeless it felt. In the end, it all came to this. Everyone had struggled so hard until now. Just to live. And now they die just like this. Our lives are so meaningless. Who is it? Why would they do this to us? Our fates are controlled by someone we've never even seen. Trampled upon without any way to fight back. I hope they will feel what I'm feeling. The person we were supposed to assassinate was a man named Gu Gun Sang of the Azure Citadel sect. Someone commissioned the Blood Spirit Brigade to kill Gu Gun Sang of the Azure Citadel sect. That's why we were kidnapped and raised as assassins for the past 7 years. And now they're trying to eliminate us. The pieces that are no longer needed in the plan they've drawn up. As long as we're alive, we will find the one who made a joke of our lives. He declared fiercely. I will definitely make that person pay. Only on her deathbed did Limin learn all this. I see. I thought so too. Jian, if it's you, then, using the last of her strength, she placed her hand on his cheek. Jian, I hope you will survive. It was her dying wish. Can you call my name? My real name. Jian quickly called out before she passed. Li Xiaomen. Just that was enough to bring her peace. Thank you. I really wanted to hear you say it. With those words, she closed her eyes and passed away, witnessing the death of his comrade. Jian was filled with rage. I don't know who is behind this, but I will erase every last one of them. His eyes burned red, his face dark. So watch me, and see what I do to them. The scene changes to another location. Godu Yang held a piece of paper, listening to his subordinates report. The surveillance network has been expanded. It will be difficult for them to escape. It's truly a pity to have to eliminate them all. We spent so much effort tracing them, only to discard them like this. I thought this was a disposable card, but I never thought I'd have to discard it before even using it. Won't this place also be in danger? Because of the client. Fourth Blade reported. I don't know the exact reason, but they have chosen to destroy everything. If they want to keep this a perfect secret, wouldn't eliminating all of us be much safer for them? What you say makes sense, but they will never find this place. We just need to wait here until this bloody rain passes. Fourth Blade wondered, who is the client? Really? He replied, we could find out any time we wanted, but we need to stay within our limits. Since they've sent a warning letter like this, there's no need for us to cross the line. As he spoke, Go Ju Yang waved the paper in his hand. Fourth Blade immediately recognized it. A tracking scent. Someone has applied a tracking scent to this letter. A tracking scent is a special fragrance created to follow a specific target. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate standing nearby collapsed backward, dead on the spot. Everyone in the room was instantly shocked. Everyone, get back. We can't fight him head on. Wipe them all out. Don't leave a single one of these filthy assassins alive. But the men from outside were already pouring in. The massacre had begun. Now, Godu Yang and Fourth Blade were surrounded by a horde of bald-headed monks. Godu Yang's face turned purple with rage, veins popping on his forehead. Fourth Blade, your words have come true. Fourth Blade shouted. Brigade leader, get out of here. But there was no way out. He gritted his teeth. Where can I go? No matter where. As if he wouldn't be followed. He turned back in frustration and snapped. Don't you get it? They came all this way for me. Do you think they'll just let me run away? He looked furious, his eyes shooting bloody glares. You dare to cross the line? His hand drew his sword. I will show you. With that, he took the initiative and charged forward to attack. The bald monks looked on in horror, startled. With a single sword stroke, he cut down several of the monks in front of him. What do you think happens when you dare to bite us? He yelled to his comrades. Everyone, hold on a little longer. If we stick together, we can win. But then, a figure appeared. With a flick of their wrist, a golden light enveloped the area. No, you won't get that chance. This person's power was immense. Godu Yang stared with wide eyes. The old man's attack transformed into a giant sphere of energy hurtling straight towards them. The other side had no choice but to slash forward with all their might. The two streams of radiant yellow energy collided with immense force. Smoke and dust filled the room. Godu Yang was injured, coughing up blood. The force was too strong. He gritted his teeth and wondered. Who is that? The one who had beaten him to this state was a young woman. How dare a low-class assassin like you say my name so casually? As soon as he saw her face clearly, he recognized her. You are Manhwa of the Emi sect. Then the client. Kirby. Before he could finish, she yelled, cutting him off. That's enough. The fool finally understood. Don't tell me the client is the Emi sect? It was too late to realize it now. I should have known they were involved in this sooner. He regretted staying within his limits and not investigating the client's identity. Because of his misjudgment, he had brought disaster upon them. He pointed his sword directly at the woman, threatening, but this Godu Yang will not die alone. She stared back coldly. How dare a mere assassin? The two clashed wildly, their power evenly matched, neither backing down. Ramhal was also surprised. To think the leader of a group of assassins is this powerful. He truly is skilled. It's a good thing I'm fighting him head-on in broad daylight. If he had ambushed me at night, I'm not sure I could have won. This man and his assassins won't let me go easily. Rongha made up her mind. I must eliminate them. Die. She decided to unleash her most dangerous technique. This move was something else. A massive gale, like a typhoon, flew straight towards him, sending him flying. Die. Godu Yang couldn't block this attack. Is this the end of the Blood Spirit Brigade? I have always hidden in the shadows, killed countless people, and built the Blood Spirit Brigade to what it is today. I thought it wouldn't be long before I captured Bix Jin, a man even the masters of the Jianghu fear. He couldn't believe it would all end like this, but his will to live was too strong. He roared, I'm Godu Yang, leader of the Blood Spirit Brigade. I must live. Alone. He raised his sword to face the cyclone. He slashed horizontally and vertically for a moment. In the end, he was thrown backward. He realized something was wrong. Who dares to interfere? Distracted for only a few seconds, he was ambushed by Ramha. This time, he couldn't react in time. The cyclone struck him directly, sending blood flying everywhere. Godu Yang's disciples watched in horror, screaming, Brigade leader! Brigade leader! After taking down the leader, the bald monks turned to finish off the masked underlings. Godu Yang lay flat on the ground, covered in blood. But he wasn't dead yet. He still tried to scream. No. The figure of an old woman holding a staff appeared behind Rongha. Rongha clasped her hands and bowed. Disciple Rongha pays her respects to master. The old woman brought the people with her. holding a long black staff with a crow guard on it. She glanced around. Just a bunch of lowly assassins. Why are you wasting so much time? The young woman quickly explained. Please forgive me, master. They resisted fiercely. So, it took some time. Go Du Yang looked at this scene, furious, and roared, Abbas J, Ayuhua. He screamed at the old woman approaching him. Why did you do this to me? Why did the emisec do this to the Blood Spirit Brigade? We trusted you. His head was about to fall off, but his mouth remained stubborn, cursing without mercy. You are worse than beasts. Traitors. The more he cursed, the more he enraged the old woman. A murderous aura emanated from her. I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. She turned to her followers. Deal with them. With that, even the old first blade, Msaj was struck with a single blow straight to the chest. He collapsed in pain. After Abbas J, Ayuhua became the sect leader. She expanded their power and influence. The old man stared at the one who had killed him. Your name is? The one who killed him was a young woman in a green dress with long black hair. Surprisingly, she answered a dying man. Xiaolan. His face turned pale, close to death. Among Abbas J, Iuh's disciples, I heard there is one with the beauty of a celestial fairy and outstanding talent. So that person is you. The young woman shook her head humbly. It's just an exaggeration. The bitter Msaj looked up at the sky. I've been an assassin for 10 years. No small feat. Yet I cannot even defeat the first disciple of the Emi sect. Having said that, he died on the spot. This old man, who had done evil his whole life, deserved to retire to the 18th level of hell. Seeing him dead, Xiaolan turned and walked towards the old woman. She was immediately scolded. You're too slow. Why waste so many words on trash like that? The gentle disciple bowed her head. I apologize, senior sister. Just then, 2 monks brought a man forward. Bring him here. This is the one who lead the newly trained assassins. He's also the one who went near Mount Azure. The old abbess got straight to the point. How many assassins did you bring with you? The captured 4th blade remained defiant even in the face of death. Why ask that? You don't need to know. Just answer. Now, for every sentence. He argued back. I don't know either. You're quite the old hag, aren't you? You dare lie to my face? 4th blade was the epitome of defiance. His face a mask of challenge. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. After what you've done to me, you think I'd answer you? His few words sent the old woman into a rage, unleashing her power. So, an assassin trying to act tough. Her hand gripped his hair tightly. She was dangerous even when standing still. Her eyes widened, giving him one last chance. I'm asking, how many? Before he could speak, blood splattered. His head felt like it was about to explode. Even if he were as hard as a rock, he would pass out now. 28. He was in so much pain he begged for death. Just kill me now. Of course. With his words, the old woman sent him to meet his ancestors. She turned back to her disciple. How many have died so far? 24. There are still 4 left. The old woman gave a firm order. We cannot leave any seeds of future trouble. Understood. She particularly targeted the beautiful disciple. Xiaolan, you have a very important role to play from now on. You know that, right? After this matter is dealt with, I will send someone to the Azure Citadel sect to set a date. In the meantime, you should prepare for the wedding. The young woman could only say, yes, like a puppet. The old woman threatened, everything is for the sake of the Emi sect. But the disciple's expression showed she couldn't care less. Whatever. She would sit wherever the abbess placed her. The scene changes to a dense forest. A murderous figure moved as fast as flight from tree to tree, without making a sound. He stopped on a large branch. Observing the situation below, it was Jian. He realized they had reinforced their defenses. If that's the case, I'll have to sneak in. Jian was now alone. All right, if you want to be killed by the Zhonghu strategy, then I will grant your wish. As he said this, he looked more bitter than a chili pepper. His eyes burning red, teeth clenched. The next day, at the Zhonghu strategy, a young attendant carrying a basket on his back came out. The 2 guards at the gate stopped him and asked, Are you going to gather herbs again today? You went yesterday too. The young attendant could only reply, Yes, I don't know what happened. but they said to prepare a lot of medicinal herbs in advance. The two guards kindly advised. Although there's no problem. The atmosphere is very chaotic, so you must be careful. The young boy was still optimistic, smiling cheerfully. Who would dare to mess with our Azure Citadel sect? He cheerfully walked into the forest, looking around. Let's see now. First, I'll start with the nearest Taoist temple. At his most unguarded moment, Jian emerged from behind like a hungry demon. He grabbed the boy's neck without a shred of mercy. The boy was on the verge of death, not even knowing who was holding him. Who? Who is it? Arg. Jian didn't say a word, just squeezed his neck until he foamed at the mouth. Who would dare do this on Mount Azure? Jian's eyes burned red as he pressed the knife to his neck, forcing him to answer. You are a disciple of the Azure Citadel sect, right? If so, nod once. The boy was scared out of his wits, snot and tears everywhere, nodding like a chicken pecking at grain. Jian then coaxed him. I will let you go, so answer my questions truthfully. Don't try anything funny. Whatever you're thinking of doing, I can take your life faster. This boy was as timid as a rabbit, sitting limply on the ground in fear, not daring to scream as his leg was cut and bleeding. Letting him calm down a bit, Jian began his interrogation. What's your name? It's Zio a third-generation disciple of the Azure Citadel sect. Jian asked directly. Do you know who Gu Gunsang is? Upon hearing the name, the boy flinched. Don't tell me. You mean Grand Uncle Gu Gunsang? Of the Sangqian Palace? Jian didn't know this. Sangqian Palace. Huh. The boy spilled everything he knew. Grand Uncle Gu Gunsang is the most brilliant prodigy the Azure Citadel sect has ever produced. From a young age, he mastered most of the Azure Citadel's secret techniques and reached the transcendent realm. It's said that even the previous generation's masters took a great interest in him and came to teach him. Now Jian understood. A prodigy of the Azure Citadel sect. How terrible. He must be that important for them to spend 7 years on us. 7 years. Or, after finishing, the boy quickly begged, I've told you everything I know. Please, let me go. Just then, he felt something was wrong. His body wasn't moving as he willed it. With Jian standing right behind him, he still dared to think. I have to get out of here quickly. Jian, standing behind him, performed a secret art on his own face. What is he doing? By the time the boy turned around, Jian's face was identical to his. The boy didn't understand. Still dazed. That's me. If you looked closely, you might see some stiffness. But at a glance, it was impossible to tell the difference. What on earth is he planning to do? If even the original person was this shocked, then Jian's disguise was perfect. And just like that, he had a new identity to enter that godforsaken place. A guard recognized him. Oh, is that Zio Jian? Why are you back so soon? Jian, in his new identity, made up an excuse. I forgot a few things. The guards just commented. Is this guy's head in the clouds? Get a grip. Jian just said yes to end the conversation. Once through the gate, he had successfully infiltrated. Yes, inside. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. Jian, in the guise of the boy, blended into the crowd. Not a single watchful eye noticed him. The deeper he went, the stronger the murderous aura emanating from him became. Finally, he reached a set of stairs. Is this it? He wondered. The residence of Gu Gunsang. This grand estate was the Sangqian Palace of the Azure Citadel sect. There were always at least 2 guards at the gate. Several old men at around a meeting table. The leader of the Azure Citadel sect, Master Wuling, spoke up. Has the situation outside stabilized? One of them turned and replied. It seems the search for the assassin has ended. The old man flew into a rage upon hearing this. How dare those assassins cause a disturbance in our sect? Junior brother, do you think this makes any sense? The second in command of the Azure Citadel sect, Go Jinbai, immediately declared. Of course not. I think this is likely someone's scheme. We still lack precise information to draw a conclusion. Therefore, I have sent disciples to gather intelligence. Every old man's face was tense. No matter whose trick this is, we absolutely cannot forgive them. The number 1 swordsman, Master Wu Ming, turned with a smile. Our sect is currently on a very important path. We must find the truth so this doesn't happen again. Another old man reassured him. Don't worry. I will certainly do so. Senior brother. The Great Demonic War, a rare martial artist, Leica, established the Heavenly Will Order. To participate, places that broke their seals and joined the war, like Yanshan, the Wooding sect, and the Manhwa sect, built their merits and regained their former glory. But our sect and the Emi sect could not break our seals to join the war, only receiving the empty title of the world's finest. In reality, our power cannot compare to those sects. Master Wuling had made his decision. If we want to catch up to them, we cannot waste time on this. We must quickly rally our spirits. The others spoke with conviction. Don't worry, Senior. If we proceed according to plan, we will definitely catch up to them within 10 years. Qian Song laughed heartily and slapped the table. How reliable. With you here, junior brother, I feel much more confident. You are wonderful. A worthy example for the disciples to follow. These old men were all masters of theatrics. Not at all, senior brother. An old man changed the subject. How has Gun Sang been lately? It seems he's not even aware of the situation outside. In his mind, he thought, I was told he is in seclusion to atone for his sins. The man stood up and bowed. I apologize for not being able to personally raise my son. It's all right. He is a man. After all, it's normal to be full of vigor at that age. You don't need to apologize for that. After all, it was handled smoothly. The old man didn't pursue the matter further. Qian Song even affirmed, no matter what the world says, Go Gun Sang's talent and genius are undeniable facts. Hope still filled his heart. If we train him well, he surely will not lose to the rising stars of other sects. The other old men silently nodded in agreement. None of them objected. Suddenly, Master Wuling remembered and asked, Junior brother Hon, you said he accepted the marriage proposal from the Emi sect? Marrying someone from the Emi sect isn't bad. Plus, the other party, is Abbas Jiuh's youngest disciple? The other old man nodded. That's right. There are rumors that the girl is very intelligent. Marrying such a partner is not bad at all. Even with such a fine daughter-in-law, the old man still looked displeased. But no matter what, I still feel uncomfortable. Without needing to be told, the others guessed it was because of Abbas Jiuh's situation. Yes. Abbas Jiuhu of Emi is striving to catch up with the Azure Citadel sect. Gun Sang marrying her youngest disciple might put us at a disadvantage in this affair. That's why I've been hesitant to refuse until now. Qian Song felt there was no other way. But we can't live forever in this cramped land of Sichuan. Gu Gun Sang is the Azure Citadel sect's only hope. So please pay close attention to this matter. Elsewhere, Jian was still hesitating in front of the tall wooden gate. I must be very careful. This is the Bright Moon Hall. It's my first time here. It's quite large. The main gate is closed, but getting in shouldn't be too difficult. Taking this, Jian leapt onto the roof in a single bound. Just then, he heard two people below gossiping. Did senior brother bring a girl inside? He immediately flattened himself to eavesdrop. He's using seclusion as an excuse to bring women in? Shh. Keep your voice down. Who is it this time? A secular disciple? The two whispered back and forth. Hey, quiet down. We'll be in deep trouble if we're heard. But thanks to this eavesdropping, Jihan realized. He brought a woman inside? It seems the Azure Citadel sect is no stranger to his actions. All right, let's go in. There are people both outside and inside. He lay on the roof, carefully considering his options. Finally, he waited until midnight, changed back into his assassin's gear, and prepared to act. He crept inside, step by silent step. He walked for a long time without seeing any guards. Something felt wrong. No one. No one outside. There's no upper floor. If I think about it, the ventilation shaft. That would be a suitable place to hide and observe. Below, the man's room was filled with swords stuck into the ground. There was only a thin mat in the room. He lay there, holding the woman, sleeping soundly. He looks like he's enjoying himself. Jian watched, drooling with envy. That must be Gu Gun Sang. Looking closely, he squinted his eyes to observe. He looks different from the Blood Spirit Brigade leader. He seems very strong, but he's still human. He thought optimistically. If he's stabbed or loses enough blood, he'll die too. As he lowered a transparent wire, He fashioned the wire into a noose and lowered it in front of the man's face. He was sweating bullets from the tension. Finally, he managed to get the noose around his neck. But just when he thought he had succeeded, the man's eyes shot open. Jian was so startled he nearly jumped out of his skin. Fortunately, he remained clear-headed enough to yank the wire upwards. The woman lying next to him also shot up. Senior Brother Gu. Quick as lightning, Jian jumped down from the vent, pulling the man from the floor up towards the ceiling. Even with his neck constricted so tightly, it didn't break. He even had time to raise his hand and sever the wire. He succeeded. Now Jian was in trouble. The two stood opposite each other, their eyes locked. An assassin came to kill him, and he still asked, "Who are you?" Jian wasn't foolish enough to answer. He drew his sword and got to work. In a flash, he rushed forward, attacking relentlessly. The man showed no fear, calmly raising the fingers. His aura flared brilliantly. He was even faster than Jian. In seconds, their faces were almost touching. A single blow from him was enough to send Jian flying into the ceiling. His hand chop was like a massive, flaming sword striking down. To block this move, Jian had to grit his teeth and use all his strength. The two fought intensely. Just watching made you want to write a will. This was the first time Jian had faced such a terrifying opponent. Just defending is draining my energy. How can he do this with his bare hands? Staying on the defensive like this isn't a good strategy. I have to get out of this situation quickly. Jian acted on his thought, thrusting his sharp sword forward. But surprisingly, the man caught the blade between just the fingertips. Not bad, he praised jokingly, but it's just a futile struggle. He didn't rush to attack again, instead holding Jian's knife and asking, "Who sent you?" However, Jian didn't answer. The man's mouth twisted into a grin as if he'd won the lottery. Ah, could it be that girl's father sent you? Jian had no idea what he was talking about. That girl? Who knew I'd have to solve a riddle in the middle of a fight? A glimpse into this man's life learning martial arts was too easy for me. He was always surrounded by praise. As expected, Gun-sang is the best. Amazing. Gun-sang. It was so easy that I no longer found joy in it. Until one day, a young woman praised him. "Senior Brother Gu, you're so cool." He turned to look, his eyes wide with surprise. It was a beautiful girl. His brain immediately changed direction. I started to become interested in women. I'd drown myself in the arms of women. Every night, no less than 2 beautiful girls. But that one girl was a mistake. A girl he happened to pass by on a drunken night. The girl was modestly dressed, but unfortunately, her face was his type. That mistake was just because I was drunk. I admit that mistake. But was that girl's suicide my fault? Why did I have to go into seclusion for a year because of this? He felt guilty, then frustrated. Then it turned to anger, as he played the victim and lamented his fate. So now, when an assassin appeared, he immediately thought, did that girl's father send someone? Did the father of that dead girl send someone to kill me? Of course, it wasn't Jian. But he had to bear the brunt of the man's typhoon-like rage. A girl? Who is he talking about? He couldn't withstand the power radiating from him. He's too strong. A terrifying aura seeped out, sharp and filled with killing intent. It was like hundreds, thousands of blades surrounding him, all under his control. Suddenly, he stopped. Nothing happened yet. Jian was startled but seized the opportunity. Now, this madman had stopped to gather his strength. Now he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Jian still couldn't find a single moment to attack. Just blocking his moves was exhausting. He attacked wildly, relentlessly, getting more ferocious with each blow. Finally, Jian found an opening and kicked him straight in the face. His face darkened like a pot lid, his eyes glaring with extreme annoyance. How irritating. You're jumping around like a bug. But no matter how much he jumped, Jian was now pinned under his foot while he summoned several huge knives from around the room. His eyes were widened emotional as, passing a cold sentence. The game's end here. Time to die. Jian's time wasn't up yet. He gritted his teeth and tried to escape. A slash missed. He scrambled to his feet and ran. And so began another chase. Jian ran straight to the swords in the room, pulling one out at random and throwing it at his attacker. The man blocked it all without any difficulty. This seemed like a good idea. Jian continuously threw swords to keep him at a distance. But no matter how many he threw, none of them hit him. Of course it wouldn't work. His small brain had to think of another way. Fast. Jian drew several knives at once. There's no other way. I can only continue to attack. He threw them without stopping. This time he threw several at once, not one by one. The man didn't dodge them individually. He directly summoned a surging wave of energy to counter. He couldn't even block a normal attack. And now this? It was like an impossible challenge. Jian's face was pale as a sheet. He had no idea what the hell the man was planning. He gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring with fury. Well, he had one last trick up his sleeve, the beauty trap. It was a bit cowardly, but he didn't care. Jian moved in a flash, hiding behind the girl. Seeing his girl used as a shield, the man was more furious than ever. You dare pull such a trick? His surging wave of energy split in two, separating them. Die! Even hiding behind the girl, Jian couldn't escape him. In this life or death moment, Jian suddenly remembered that day among you. Three must master this martial art. Despite Sojun asking, "Do you want to become a sacrificial lamb yourself?" He had been incredibly confident, holding up the book smugly. Just you wait and see if I become a lamb or a wolf. Now was the time to use the secrets from that book. I direct confrontation. What's to fear from a little dirt? Gu Gunsang looked on, completely shocked. A man like you. How can you? Now it was his turn to be nervous. Impossible. That's impossible. How can a wretch like you block the secrets or dart of the Azure Citadel sect? The 72 Breaker sword style? Only Jian knew. It wasn't about what it was called. It was all about mastering the art of life and death to survive. Though my achievements may lag behind others, I am confident I can break it. He activated a skill to increase his chances of winning. Just like that. No matter how many waves of water the man unleashed, Jian dodged them all. In a flash, he attacked from behind. The tide of the battle had turned. Seizing the opportunity without fail, I see it. With an artistic spin, he thrust his sword through the man's stomach. Even as he coughed up blood on the verge of death, Gu Gunsang couldn't believe it. You. How could you? Jian didn't waste words and stabbed him to death on the spot. Jian won this battle. But he was exhausted. His entire body was stained red with the enemy's blood. The next day, the entire place was in an uproar. Subordinates ran around in a frenzy. The central bell rang, shaking the heavens. The number of guards outside increased significantly. Gu Gunsang's body lay in the middle of the room, covered with a white cloth. His father had arrived, sobbing and calling out, "Gunsang! How could this have happened? Oh, primordial heavenly venerate! Why have you bestowed such a trial upon our sect?" The old man tearfully cradled his son's face. The other two old men were talking. Qian-song called out, "Senior brother." Master Wu Ling turned. "Speak, junior brother," he said decisively. "I will take care of that child." While looking in another direction, it was the girl who had been sleeping with Gu Gunsang the night before. She cowered in a corner of the room, terrified, tears streaming down her face. "What are you saying? That child is also a disciple of our sect. Must we really dispose of her?" The two old men began to disagree. This concerns Gunsang's reputation. If the truth that he was involved with a secular disciple during his seclusion gets out, Gunsang's reputation will be completely ruined. And more importantly, our reputations as well. The sect leader was naturally displeased, but what he said was not wrong. A murderous aura emanated from the old man. His eyes glowed. "We've already lost one disciple, and now you want to kill another. I am not willing." Qian-song was resolute. This can no longer be undone. Gunsang is already dead. The sect's reputation will soon plummet. That is, if we do nothing. The two old men began to calculate. Someone is definitely behind this, instigating that assassin. If both Gunsang's and the Azure Citadel sect's reputations are destroyed, they will surely benefit. We must prevent this. This line of reasoning enlightened the sect leader. He withdrew his killing intent and reluctantly nodded. Just then, someone ran in, shouting to stop them. "Senior brother, you can't do this. No matter how important the sect's reputation is, it's not more important than a human life. Besides, isn't that child a secular disciple of our sect?" Qian-song, having been opposed, seethed with anger and looked coldly at the girl. "Do you all think the same way?" If this continues, not only will we fail to catch up to Shaolin or Wooding, but the gap between our sect and theirs will only widen. The group fell silent, their faces pale. The sect leader couldn't say anything either, silently accepting the outcome. So it was decided. Gu Gunsang's father would be the one to do it. As a way to vent his anger over his son's death, he decisively took a long sword and stood before the girl. Before killing her, he feigned righteousness. I'm sorry. Don't blame us. This is something that must be done. What could the weak girl do? Her face was soaked with tears, trembling as she tried to beg for her life. Save me. But none of the old men standing there reacted. They looked like hungry ghosts, wanting to devour her whole. Finally, he thrust his sword forward decisively. Master Wu Ling couldn't bear it and ran over. Junior brother Gu. He couldn't stop him. He could only ask, "What on earth are you planning to do?" The old man, having gone through such a shock, didn't know what to do either. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. "Then what do you want me to do, senior brother?" Gunsang wasn't just the hope of the Azure Citadel sect. He was everything to me. How can a father stand by and watch his son's reputation be destroyed? He knelt down in despair. "You can scold me. Call me narrow-minded. As long as I can protect my son." Bad news traveled fast. At the Manhwa sect, the old abbess received news of Gunsang's death. She flew into a rage, cursing. "This is impossible." She gritted her teeth and her eyes narrowed as she cursed. "An assassin killed Gunsang? That makes no sense." The disciple standing nearby also turned pale. "Master, has young Master Gu really been assassinated?" The old woman cursed endlessly. "This is insane. We set up a dragnet to catch them. And yet Gunsang, hiding in the moon hall of the Azure Citadel sect, was killed? But they had already approved the marriage. The prize was at my lips, and now it's gone. If this marriage had been completed, the plan to manipulate the Azure Citadel sect that I've been nurturing for 10 years would have succeeded." Rongha immediately chimed in. "We cannot forgive the assassin who killed the young master. This secret cannot get out. We must eliminate him." The old woman quickly calmed down, needing a cool head for her dirty schemes. "Even so, I've already requested help from the Azure Citadel sect. You, lead the disciples to join the dragnet." Rongha accepted the order, clasping her hands and bowing. "Leave it to me, disciple." She didn't forget to mock the young disciple. "Xiao Lan, this marriage has been called off. You must be very happy." The abbess stared straight at the girl, scrutinizing her. Of course, the girl didn't dare show her joy, her face serious as she acted. "How could that be? My husband is gone. I couldn't possibly feel happy." Hearing this, the old woman's face twisted like a dirty rag, her eyes wide. "Husband?" Before turning to leave, the girl delivered a final, irrefutable line. "Since the marriage was approved, he was my husband." The old woman was speechless, unable to say another word. The scene changes to a golden rice field basking in the sun. A young man walked and sang cheerfully. Looking up, a sea of blue. Looking down, a sea of gold. A peaceful, prosperous life, lacking nothing. But his happy moment was cut short. His path was blocked by the gleaming swords. The soldiers blocking his way shouted, "Halt!" His face turned pale, confused. "What is this? Why is this happening?" The two men stared at him grimly. "We are hunting a fugitive. State your identity." The man pointed ahead, feigning an honest declaration. "I am Zhang Qian, and I live in that village over there. I'm on my way home after finishing my work for the day." The two soldiers asked doubtfully, "It's still early, and you've already finished your farm work?" "That's right. My only job today was to pull weeds. I'm done." Hearing this, the soldier turned to ask the captain to be sure. "What do you think, sir?" The captain glanced over, seeing nothing suspicious. He nodded for them to let him pass. The young man bowed repeatedly to them, shouting, "Thank you, thank you." But as he walked past the captain, the man's owl-like eyes suddenly lit up. He noticed something was wrong and quickly stopped him. Wait, you said you were reading, so why are your clothes so clean? If you were weeding, there should be grass stains on your clothes, and your sickle should have traces of grass on it." The young man had no rebuttal. He was speechless. "That's what I'm talking about." The group immediately became vigilant. He's very suspicious. Get him. He's the assassin we're looking for. With that, they shot a signal flare into the sky. Too fast. Too dangerous. And they were not wrong. The cheerful young man was none other than Jian. Even Jian couldn't deny it. They were too many and too fast, arriving before he could react. Get him! The captain was certain. This wretch pretended to be a farmer. But he's actually the assassin from the reports. The black smoke of the signal spread across the sky. Jian had no choice but to reveal his true face and fight. He sent the leader flying with a single blow. Before he could do anything else, Jian's series of wires had tightly bound the man. His hands were full of wires, tying the man up like a pig for slaughter. His eyes burned red as he asked, "Who is behind this incident?" The man was scared out of his wits and quickly confessed. Abbas Jiayuhua, the leader of the Emi sect. He was telling the truth, seeing how easily he talked. Jian pressed further. Abbas Jiayuhua of the Emi sect? Did she give you direct orders? He confessed everything. Not just me. All the disciples of Emi were mobilized to assist the Azure Citadel sect in hunting the assassin. Are the Emi sect and the Azure Citadel sect on good terms? He didn't miss a single detail. Not really. They've never been on good terms, which is why I also found it strange. What's strange about it? That's right. All his other disciples have been killed by me. So, he has to be disobedient. But this cunning man was also secretly calculating. If I keep stalling, the martial artists who saw the signal will arrive. The person who knew about Gu Gunsang from when he was a nobody. The person who had patiently invested in him for 7 years. And the person who could afford that investment. So, it was her. Now Jian had connected all the dots. Abbas Jiayuhua. This venomous old hag would be his next target. Just then, the others arrived, shouting loudly. Found him. It's that brat. When they arrived, Jian hadn't killed the man yet. Not knowing his place, he even smiled smugly and taunted. They're here, aren't they? You're finished for sure now. If you want to live, who knows if Jian wanted to live? But that man was definitely dead. And he died a horrible death. His body sliced into 100 pieces by Jian's wires. After all this, his hatred for her was deepest. He swore an oath. Abbas Jiayuhua. Even in death, I will not die alone. Elsewhere, a bald subordinate clasped his hands and bowed to report. It is rumored that the assassin has broken through the encirclement of the Azure Citadel sect's martial artists and has escaped. No matter where you go, there are always those who appear out of nowhere, like those assassins. She ordered her people, concentrate all our forces to capture the assassin. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through. No matter what we do, we won't be able to catch him. The speaker was Xiao Lan. Rong Ha looked up, extremely annoyed. An unexpected appearance. Right. We have one here too. Her face was murderous as she asked back. Xiao Lan, what do you mean by that? The young woman told her straight. Even if we set up a dragnet, we won't be able to catch him. I think this assassin is much stronger than we imagined. If we continue like this, we'll only ever see his back. Rong Ha was not convinced, snorting contemptuously. Then what should we do? She had already thought this through. We must predict the path he will take. This was something Rong Ha hadn't considered. You're saying we should guess where he's going and wait for him there? This Xiao Lan was clearly much deeper and harder to read. Roughly, I can guess a few places. That assassin must be exhausted and very tired by now. In his current state, it's highly likely he will return to the place he thinks is safest. That would be the place where he lived for a long time and was trained to become an assassin. The other woman was starting to understand. After being enlightened, she was much brighter. You're saying he'll return home by instinct? That's right. We speculate that the place the Blood Spirit Brigade used to raise assassins for all this time is near the Ba River. That's right. Let's check the places that require a large amount of supplies in the Ba River area. Rong Ha finally had to follow this plan. But the more she looked at her peer, the more she seethed with jealousy. She really has everything. She gave a short order. What do you say makes sense? All right, let's do it. We will go to the Ba River first and wait for him. On Jian's side, he was running with his tail between his legs from the pursuit. Don't let him get away. Get him. They were as numerous as a Mongol horde, even chasing on horseback. Even so, they still couldn't catch up to him. The whole mob chased and cursed. You're already injured. Let's see how long you can run. I must avenge our fifth junior brother. You monster. It was true that his whole body was covered in blood, but he was still stubborn. Although their pursuit is fierce, I can throw them off. However, he couldn't shake them. Everywhere he went, he was pursued to the end. He couldn't understand it. How can the people of Emi predict the path I will take? Just then, he looked down and saw Seolan standing there. She also looked up at him, their eyes meeting. Without a word, they understood. His brain immediately sounded at alarm. This is very dangerous. What is it? The ones who were eagerly chasing me have suddenly gone quiet. Everything around him was spinning. Did he give up? Or... He glanced back and was completely startled. It turned out they weren't chasing him anymore because they had planted a bomb. It exploded right behind him. These guys were playing for keeps. The bomb exploded, creating a massive fireball. But it wasn't a bomb. It was the power of old Chien-san. After unleashing that heaven-shaking blow, the old man thought, I was careless. I only meant to clear a path. But, in my anger, I couldn't control my power. I need to keep that man alive to find out who is behind this. He wrote an order. After him, he might still be alive. That was the Azure Citadel's side. As for Emmy, Rong Hall also made her move. As soon as she saw him emerge alive from the smoke and flames, she was so angry she ground her teeth. She struck with her palm. Die! This blow was so powerful it blazed with a brilliant yellow light. This scene was all witnessed by old Xian-song. He was lucky to escape death, but she attacked with the intent to kill him. The people of the Emi sect were determined not to let Jian live. Everyone, after him. We absolutely cannot forgive that villain. Search every corner for me. Just then, someone shouted. Found it. There's an entrance to an underground passage here. The whole group gathered around the mouth of a well, looking at each other in disbelief. There's a place like this? I think this is the only way he could have gone. Get a rope and go down there. We must catch him. Rong Hao also quickly dispatched her people. We're going down too. We must find and kill him first. Her disciples began lighting torches and preparing to descend into the well. Inside, it was pitch black. Old Xian-song went down first. Anyone seeing this for the first time would be shocked. Is this where the Blood Spirit Brigade raised their assassins? A place like this would be hard to find even if you were looking for it. Most shocked of all was old Qian-song. He even saw a replica of his own Azure Citadel sect here. While he was still stunned, Rong Ha approached. That pavilion is the Azure Citadel sect. Even she didn't expect the brigade to go this far. The disciples of the Azure Citadel sect went mad, roaring, how dare they build this insane thing? How can a space like this exist? They completely copied our sect. Master, we can't let this stand. We must find and punish the one behind this. They must have been preparing this for a very long time. They couldn't have maintained this place without support from someone else. Clearly, someone was instigating and protecting them. We must eradicate them to the root. Rong Ha stood silently, her face pale. As for old Qian-song, he had been successfully provoked and was now furious. A scourge, murderous roar erupted from him as he tilted his head back and laughed maniacally. The disciples were shocked, frozen in place, not understanding what was happening. Of course. But before that, capturing the assassin is our top priority. Do you understand? You must capture him. The disciples scattered immediately. Yes, we understand. Rongha tried to stay calm and took the initiative. I will take my disciples to search elsewhere. He didn't turn back, just warned her in a low voice. You must capture him alive. It's fine if you cut off his arms and legs. As long as you bring him back alive. You can do that, can't you? With the old man exuding such a powerful, murderous aura, she wouldn't dare to disobey him even if she had 10 times the courage. Of course. Sir, he still wasn't finished, adding another sentence. If that assassin dies, I will be very angry. As you can see, anyone who dares to attack my sect, I will hunt them down and make them take responsibility. He was clearly alluding to her Emi sect, even if they were both members of the 5 great sects. A chill ran down her spine, but she had to remain calm and not show she was rattled. You absolutely don't have to worry about that. Her whole body was drenched in sweat. I know. So he already suspects our sect. I must find that man before the Azure Citadel sect does. CLN was also here, wandering around and scouting. Ever since I entered this place, I felt a constant pressure. Everyone thinks they have to catch him, but no one realizes this is clearly his home ground. The hunter here is not us, but him. Of course. She was right. Jian was hiding right near them, and no one had noticed. Old Jian Song took a torch and went to inspect the fake Azure Citadel. A place this huge. I can't believe it was built just to assassinate one person. The main pavilion in the center seems to be a model of our Azure Citadel. Even he had to admit, the quality here is not bad at all. Did they really go to the trouble of building this place? Is it possible their clients used it? Who could it be? What power could create a cavern like this? This is the last room. He didn't miss a single spot. Of course, he had to search for clues. It was a room with a round table and 3 chairs. This old man was very experienced. He quickly found a hidden mechanism in the wall. His eyes widened in astonishment. His eyes, sharp as a hunting beast's, peered inside. It was a golden scroll with the mission still there. On it was written clearly requesting the Blood Dragon Brigade leader to assassinate Gu Gunsang. Reward 50. 0 gold tiles. Leave no trace. A single old piece of paper was enough to expose everything. The old man's eyes bulged with rage. He crumpled the paper, wanting to tear it to shreds. These bastards. They dare to use 50. 0 gold tiles to trade for the future of our Azure Citadel sect? I will definitely not let this go. His explosive rage blew a huge hole in the wall. Only then was he startled. Looking over. There's a hole in the wall? This old man was truly lucky. Nothing escaped his notice. Inside the secret room, a pile of red-eyed snakes were startled. A pit full of snakes like this. What on earth was this place used for? In the middle of the room was a book. This is. He recognized it immediately. The 9 Demons style. The 9 Demons? Isn't that the sect that disappeared during the Great Blood War a long time ago? If I hadn't chanced upon it in an old book, I might not have even known. Outside, the disciples were also searching urgently. They showed each other. Look, there are tracks here. He's clearly somewhere not far from here. A vigilant one reminded them. That man is an assassin. We don't know when he'll attack, so don't let your guard down. The group couldn't get used to the darkness. It's too dark. A single ray of sunshine would probably be enough to light up this place, right? Of course. They didn't know Jian was right above their heads. With a flick of his wire, he dealt with the man at the back of the line. He was killed before he could even gasp. His comrades walking ahead knew nothing. They were still talking among themselves. Did all those assassins live here? How could anyone live in a place like this? That bastard. We have to catch him. He clearly used a despicable trick to kill our senior brother. Otherwise, he couldn't have died in vain like that. Cowards like him will never be able to stop our Azure Citadel sect. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian's face loomed out of the darkness. His 2 red eyes were right in front of the man's face. He only had time to utter "huh?" before his head was sliced off. He had no time to call out to those in front. That's what you get for bad-mouthing people. The others suddenly felt something was wrong and turned around. Only now did they see their comrade had been dead for who knows how long, covered in blood. The group erupted like a disturbed beehive. They rushed forward, cursing loudly. That bastard, son of a bitch. The most level-headed one tried to stop them. Hey, wait a minute. Come back. We can't split up. But it was too late. Anyone who got too aggressive was dealt with swiftly by Jian. He thrashed around for a while but saw nothing. Now he was getting nervous. He didn't dare to leave the light. Just stood there pointing his weapon. Where are you? Come out. Come out right now. You cowardly murderer. Stop hiding in the darkness like a coward. While he himself was hiding in the light. Shamelessly. He spun around shouting for a while until his torch was extinguished. Now he was scared enough to wet his pants. Trembling. No. No. A while later, another group passed by here. The footprints on the ground are chaotic. That alone makes it very difficult to follow the trail. The one who looked the smartest observed intently. I see. Dangerous. He was Qian Myung of the Azure Citadel sect. If his only goal was to escape, he would have tried to evade pursuit somehow. But he's pulling all his pursuers into an area he knows best. Does he really think so? He's decided to end it all in the place he's most familiar with. I have to catch him. If I catch him, I'll gain a higher position in the Azure Citadel sect. Just the thought of it thrilled him. He stood up straight and shouted to show his authority. From now on, Everyone just do as I say. Form pairs and move together. And always know each other's position. If you show even the slightest opening, you will strike without mercy. Don't give him any chances. The group followed him in unison. Yes, understood. But despite his imposing aura, after just 2 steps, he stepped on a hidden wrap. He roared a warning. The group scattered like a disturbed beehive. They quickly drew their swords to deal with the countless arrows shooting out from the trap. The man managed to save his life but had no idea what was happening. Why? Why did this happen? After taking care of himself, he had to ask his subordinates, "Is everyone okay?" Some are injured, but not seriously. But one disaster passed, and another came. There was a sound from above. It seems the trap is still active. Calm down. We need to find a way to deal with this. Be careful. Now he was really scared. AK filled with traps like this. And someone can still live here? Jian watched all of this from above. He would kill them slowly, one by one. Old Jian Song picked up the book in that room to examine it. Snakes, poisons, death arts. These snakes must have been collected for research. There must be 1,000 snakes down there. Their red eyes staring up at him. He guessed to himself, I didn't expect this to be the base of the 9 Demons style. Did this group of assassins use these caves after they left? The 9 Demons style. I'll look into it as soon as I get back to the main sect. Outside, the disciples were drowning in a sea of blood. Screams filled the air. I've got on Zio. I can't see Hazo anywhere. One was so scared he went mad. Tears streaming down his face. He held his sword and screamed. Where did he go? Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her neck. It's all right. It was wrong, huh? She held the disciple tightly to calm her down. The others reported. We can't see anything. We have no idea where he is. She roared at the group. Everyone calm down. Don't panic. He's injured, so it's difficult for him to move. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for him. Don't split up. Gather here. Jian heard all of this. That's right. If this drags on, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. So this time, Jian aimed straight for this group. I will end it. The first one, of course, was the leader, but she was no pushover. The moment he crept closer, she detected him. Where is that bastard? Quick as a flash, she attacked in one direction. In your dreams, she guessed his position correctly. The two immediately clashed. Jian was injured, and his ability to dodge had weakened significantly. But how could he let her have the advantage? For every one hit she landed, he had to return 10. As he ducked to dodge a blow, he thrust his hands straight into her eye. Eye direct hit. If she wasn't blind, she'd be one-eyed. Blood splattered everywhere. She screamed in pain. Ah, you bastard. Jian was covered in blood. She was only one-eyed now. It wasn't satisfying enough for him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Not bad. Lucky. Huh? Hearing that made Jian's skin crawl. Lucky? That was intuition. 7 years of training isn't a joke. He didn't forget to mock her. Your intuition is pretty good too. The newcomer was Seo Lan. I've heard many people say that. Surrender. What do you think? The word surrender had never been in his dictionary. No need for more words. Let's fight first and talk later. He unleashed his wires and attacked immediately. Of course, there is no chance of that. She froze on the spot. That. Instead, you have no intention of sparing me. If you did, you wouldn't have hunted me down to silence me. She couldn't argue. You already know where we're from. Jian not only knew, but he hated them to the bone. Abyss Jiahua is involved in all of this. She's the real demon. Wrong, ha. Now and I still had the goal to shout. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaola, restrain him. She thought for a moment and finally decided to act. Although I'm not very pleased with Master either. The young master you killed was technically my fiancé. So I must take revenge. Her power was truly difficult for someone as heavily injured as him to handle. Facing that or now is no different from suicide. His brain calculated quickly. First, retreat. But he hadn't retreated more than a few steps. A massive explosion went off beside him, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. This incredibly powerful blow was clearly not the style of the Manhwa sect. With just one move, fire rained down like lava, pinning Ji on against the stone wall. No one understood what was happening. They stared, mouths agape. A figure approached. So, you're here. Rongha looked over. Send. As for Jian, after that blow, he was nearly burnt to a crisp. He no longer had the strength to escape. She couldn't let him live another second, or the Emmy's sex plot would be exposed. Subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss out on exciting videos. He sat there, squinting at the approaching fireball. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. But old Qian Song stepped in front of her. Stand back. Rongha was frantic, shouting, Master, we have to kill him. If we let him live, who knows what will happen? The old man ignored her, walking towards Jian with a large sword. I will handle that myself. Now, he had a chance to see Jian's face clearly. So it's you, the one who killed Gun Sang. Why? Why did you kill that child? Jian answered weakly. Because I am an assassin. The old man persisted. Even if you're an assassin, you should be able to distinguish right from wrong. All the pent-up frustration of years finally came out. Since I was 14, I've been locked up in this place. The ability to distinguish right from wrong is too much of a luxury. The old man seemed to understand. You mean you had no choice? Jian let out a sarcastic laugh. How could someone raised to be an assassin? The old man's eyes seemed to cloud over as he said, I do not see the will to live in you. Though his mouth said that, he silently lamented, an expression filled with such malice. If he were not well, he could have become an outstanding talent. Even though Jian didn't say it, he directly took the item from his shirt. Jian was surprised. That letter. You're good at finding things. The old man handed it to him. It seems you knew from the beginning. Still, I need to confirm something. If so, you must know who the client is. Who is it? I have a suspect in mind. Hearing the old man, Jian was even more gleeful. His eyes widened as he said directly, Aren't you also suspecting that person? Which is why you stopped them from finishing me off. So the old man understood. But without proof, he couldn't do anything to them. His sharp gaze turned to glare at the people of the Azure Citadel behind him. The group was shocked by his glare, startled. Just then, a few disciples ran over. Granduncle. Master, are you all right? The old man looked at the leader of the group, Qian Miang. Why are only a few of you here? The group quickly explained. We're sorry. We fell into his trap. So, just hearing it was gut-wrenching. To think that Jian alone had significantly reduced the number of the Azure Citadel sect. The old man sighed. Oh, dear. His madness flared up again, his eyes glowing fiercely. He no longer had the patience to talk to Jian. Letting you die comfortably would be too easy. With that, he directly grabbed Jian's leg and dragged him like a dead pig. Feel a suffering worse than hell before you die. That might atone for some of what you've done to my disciples. But who knows if Jian understood. He was still grinning as usual. Atone? Will that compensate for the 7 years of my life that they controlled? Who would pity him? This life was crueler than mine. The old man dragged Jian all the way to the room full of snakes. A long trail of blood stretched from inside to outside. He looked at the swarming, hungry snakes below. His heart softened for a moment as he turned to ask, Do you have no intention of atoning? Jian didn't say a word, just bared his teeth in a challenging grin. The more the old man looked, the more furious he became. Speechless, he let out a long sigh. Indeed, you are not worthy to breathe the same air as me. Atone for all your sins with torment and pain in here. With that, he threw Jian straight into the pile of snakes below. The snakes madly swarmed around him like hungry tigers. Every one of their eyes was blood-red. A big meal for you. They feasted on Jian's flesh. As for him, he was too tired. He closed his eyes, accepting whatever came. The old man didn't watch for another second. Turning away. Let's go. Lock this horrifying place up tightly. Absolutely no one else is to enter or use this place. Now, only Jian was left lying there. Time seemed to rewind 7 years. The first time he woke up, it was in a dark space, with only him and the snakes. Except this time, there were more snakes, and they bit him more enthusiastically. His entire body was in indescribable pain. Not a single spot wasn't touched by their bites, but his mind was still there. His will to endure never gone. I've been thrown into a snake pit like this. Will I be eaten clean by these snakes? The initial reaction to their venom appeared. One snake didn't bite, It slithered onto his stomach and stared at him. If it wouldn't bite him, he would eat it. He reached out and caught it. He opened his mouth and put it in. Just like that, the two sides ate each other without getting tired. Time passed. The corpses in here were now just dry skeletons. In that room, there was still a white snake. And one more person, with long white hair and a gaunt body. The snake stretched out and came closer. As if by habit, Jiyeon bit its head off and dated on the spot. After so many white snakes, he was no different from them. His whole body was white. Only his two eyes were blood red. His fingernails and toenails were long and sharp. He had eaten every last snake in here. After eating, his rebirth was complete. Jiyeon was back, and more dangerous than before. The scene outside had also changed a lot. On a bustling street, a soldier was suddenly kicked from the second floor. He fell hard to the ground, his head ringing. Jiyeon coldly sniffed. I told you, didn't I? Take a 3-day break. Who knows when he learned to play games with brothel girls. He sat on the bed in disgust, looking at them. Leave me alone. Don't get physical at the drop of a hat. The men standing there were furious and humiliated but couldn't do anything to him. In the end, they didn't dare to get close. What kind of sorcery did this guy use? The large man in red clenched his fists and cursed. You think you'll get away unscathed after messing with a martial artist from the Green Jade House? Jiyeon didn't care. Wires glinted on his fingertips. Green Jade House? Never heard of it. With a single flicker, the two men were sent to meet their maker. This was clearly not normal. The woman looked on in fear, her attitude changing instantly. She clasped her hands and bowed. So it is a noble personage. Please forgive this humble one for being blind. I hope you will spare them. We promise not to bother you again. But he didn't say anything, just glanced at her with disgust. The more she looked, the more terrified she became. Can a human's eyes be this still? Looking into those eyes is like facing a great serpent. Jiyeon held up 3 fingers to her. The third day. I hope you won't bother me. Only then were the two men released. Turns out they weren't dead. They quickly knelt. Yes, we understand. The old madame still wanted to ask more. May I know the young master's name? Jiyeon held a beautiful woman close to his chest and said the name. Jiyeon. After all was said and done, he left the place in a brand new set of clothes. The two women were ecstatic to see him go. Young master, I've packed some food for you for the road. Please have it when you're hungry. He didn't say much, just took the bag and left. If you're giving, I'm taking. After he left, the madam was still in shock. Zuhang, who on earth was that? The girl who had spent 3 days and nights in bed with him also chimed in. He just showed up out of nowhere. Do you know his background? The two of them watched him go with curiosity. Even a death warrior couldn't recognize him. The Zhonghu is getting more dangerous. Killing intent is everywhere. Who knows how long he had been walking when the sky started to pour. Ji-on sat by the door of an old house to rest. The scenery outside is truly beautiful. He sat there, quietly reflecting. In all this time, I have never forgotten the past. Not for a second, not for a minute. It is because of that past that I can move forward so tenaciously. Every second, every minute. Ji-on never forgot those cruel people, the Azure Citadel sect and the Emi sect. When I get to Chengdu, I can learn more about them. As he was lost in thought, a sharp female voice rang out. What is this? This is so annoying. In front of him was a group of 2 men and 1 woman, running in the rain and arguing loudly. I told you to hurry up, but you didn't listen. Amitabha, we found a place to shelter from the rain. What more do you want? Stop arguing. The woman in the group was extremely feisty, her mouth running nonstop. I'm all wet. What now? You? Taoist priest, the man in brown, soaking wet, snapped back when called out. Why are you asking me? Is it my fault your clothes are wet? Isn't it because the Taoist priest got us lost that we're soaked like this? And the bald-headed monk didn't keep his mouth shut either. Amitabha, great Bodhisattva, why do you test me so? The world is so vast, yet you make me travel with these two? And so the 3 of them were as noisy as a market from the moment they arrived, arguing back and forth. Listening to you, anyone would think you're a normal monk. You're no better yourself. So why are you speaking up? Truly infuriating. The woman, whose mouth was firing like a machine gun, suddenly froze and turned towards Jiyeon. Huh? There's another guest here? Jion had been sitting there silently all this time, watching. The three of them gathered around him. Oh, so someone was here before us. Amitabha. The woman had the face of someone who would chase after handsome men in her next life. So handsome. I can't believe there's such a handsome man on this deserted mountain. The man in black grinned smugly. You met him because you were with me. You should be thanking me. This enraged the woman. You're getting on my nerves. Her expression changed faster than flipping a pancake. She smiled brightly and struck up a conversation. Hello. It must be fate that we meet. How should I address you? I am Hyo Chanyo. Jian turned and replied coolly. Jian. Her face immediately flushed red, her eyes turning into hearts as she squealed. Oh my God. The man in black beside her, embarrassed, started again. She starts this up whenever she sees a handsome guy. They also introduce themselves. Nice to meet you. Just call me Priest Gu. Amitabha. This humble monk is Haisu. They weren't real extroverts, swarming him with questions. So, where are you headed? Chengdu. Hey, we're going to Chengdu too. The woman seized the opportunity, inviting him seductively. It would be great if we could go together. Wouldn't it? We'll treat you well. Come with us. Jian didn't answer right away. Observing them first, the more he looked at these three, the more he thought, they don't seem to get along. But when it's time to attack, they would be an extremely coordinated team. The center of their group seems to be Hyo Chanyu. But Hyo Chanyu doesn't seem like the leader. However, none of them seem to be from an evil sect. What's important is that I can take on all three of them by myself. After considering it, all right, he couldn't help but wonder, what is it that binds these three together? I'm so curious. So he went with them just to satisfy his curiosity. Of course, he had to go with them. The rain stopped, and they went to the dock to board a boat. Lucky us. The rain stopped early, so we could set off right away. As soon as Hyo Chanyu set foot on the boat, she started complaining. Traveling like this is so inconvenient and expensive. Old Priest Gu couldn't stand it and started arguing again. Seriously, you talk so much. They talked to each other like they were butchering cattle. But when they turned to him, they were gentle and charming. So, why are you going to Chengdu? Jian gave a vague answer. To meet some acquaintances. The group started gathering around him again, eager to hear more. Who is it? Maybe I know them. Of course. Jian didn't specify. I just have a debt with them. A debt? You owe them? No. They owe me. They were asking too many questions. So Jian had to change the subject by asking them a question. Why are you, miss, going to Chengdu? She was just as vague. We're going there for business. Not necessarily selling things you can see with your eyes. Seeing they had no goods with them and with that attitude, he'd have to be a fool to believe them. The two men asked again. But what about your sect? Young Master Jian? He didn't have one. Having been alone in that pit for years. He answered honestly. I don't have one. In the Jianghu. This was hard to believe. Did you just say you don't have one? Young Master? What? Is there a problem? No. It's just that. Priest Gu didn't finish his sentence. His expression suddenly changed, his eyebrows knitting together. Jian also looked in another direction, no longer bothering to talk to them. The boat continued to glide along the water, and no one said another word. Jian sat in a corner, observing the people there. Hyo Chanyu, still infatuated, approached him. What are you looking at? Just looking. The colder he was, the more she was into him. She moved closer. You just have to sit there quietly to make others feel you're emotional. He felt nauseous. If you keep talking nonsense, go somewhere else. She was shameless and persistent. How mean? Are you trying to make my heart flutter? The people on the other side watched. Those two. Are you just going to let it be? Old Priest Gu could only sigh. Do you think the blood master of the world would be seduced by someone like that? Every action must be carefully calculated. The girl got bolder, getting closer and touching Jian. You look like a fierce demon, but why do I find you so adorable? It's so scary. SOSCARY. Priest Gu felt second-hand embarrassment for him. Anyway, he's very suspicious. Being the quiet type, just that much must be hard for him. Hi, sir. Knowing nothing of worldly matters. Sighed. I suppose so. Suddenly, everyone on the boat rushed to one side. staring. Huh? What is that? That boat is coming. The loud commotion caught everyone's attention. On the other side were pirates. They raised their swords and shouted, "If we can just rob the rice on that boat, it'll be enough to feed us for a while." The sailors on the boat turned pale with fear. Damn it. It's pirates. Everyone, grab your weapons. The common folk were scared out of their wits, running to find a place to hide. Oh my god. It's pirates. Help. Save me. How could someone who knew martial arts like Priest Gu just stand by and watch? He took the initiative on and asked, "It seems we're facing a very bad situation. Right? Need my help?" The sailor looked at him blankly. Huh? Who are you? In this dire situation, he was still grinning to show off. Who I am is not important. What I can do is what's important. As soon as he finished, the bald old man traveling with him understood the signal and entered the fray. Without waiting for the pirates to board, Haisung jumped onto the enemy ship to make it quick. Now who is the pirate here? The pirates were stunned, frozen in their tracks, unable to react. They went out to rob without checking the calendar. What bad luck. The bald old man alone was confident he could wipe out this bunch quickly and neatly. The others, on the verge of death, still foolishly shouted, "Get him!" The whole mob charged at once, but couldn't even touch a single hair on Haisung. The others watching felt their jaws about to drop into the sea. Priest Gu's nose swelled with pride. See? But the bald man's next sentence was heart-ending. "I'll only take a fee of 500 taels." On the other side, Haisung had almost finished off the pirates. His eyes flashed like lightning. The fighting looked easy. After a flurry of moves, only one man was left on the ship. Sitting slumped over, his pants soaked. He was pale with fear, holding his hands up in front of him, ready to be beaten. Seeing this, the bald man didn't bother to lay a hand on him, just dusted off his robe and turned away. And just like that, he leapt back to their boat. It was also when Priest Gu had finished collecting his payment, shaking a large bag of money and grinning from ear to ear. "Good work, Haisung." The bald man coordinated perfectly, calmly clasping his hands. "Amitabha. Next time, please call this humble monk Ranyu." Priest Gu teased him back. "Your wife. If I don't do as you say, I'll probably get scolded later. But after this job, something felt missing. By the way, where is that woman?" The bald man looked to the side. "Over there." Unexpectedly, Hio Chan Yu and Jian were still sitting in the same spot, chatting, not caring about the fight. She talked non-stop. "Young man, where will you go after we reach Chengdu? Want to come with us?" He still maintained his disgusted expression. "I'll be more comfortable alone." She was thrilled again, heart fluttering as she squealed. Oh. Even his cold demeanor is so cool." The two men with her didn't know where to hide their faces. "I'm speechless. Amitabha, if this goes on, we might get dragged into it too." Actually, Priest Gu was also secretly sizing Jian up. A normal person would be very scared in this situation, but not him. It seems he's not a simple person. Nobody wouldn't have eyes like that. The girl tried everything but was still rejected. She acted out, wiping away tears. A beautiful girl invites you with good intentions, and you refuse? That's so mean. Jian replied calmly and profoundly. No matter how beautiful a rose is, it still has thorns. She was hit where it hurt, losing interest in an instant. But she turned back with a beaming smile. But it's still beautiful. That's all that matters. Though he had been sitting in one place talking nonsense, he still knew they made a lot of money through violence. Their appearance just now was clearly to show off their power and increase their reputation. Chengdu must be a place full of conflicts. The Emi sect and the Azure Citadel sect wouldn't just ignore the conflicts in Chengdu. Right? Are they facing some kind of difficulty? It's time for him to rack his brain and come up with a dirty plan. It's better to be well prepared, especially if you don't want to pay the price like I did. The more he thought, the more cunning his face became. Time to unleash his poisonous snake personality. They traveled until dusk and finally reached their destination. They bid each other farewell. Priest Gu asked him, "We have to enter the city before tomorrow morning. What about you?" Jian was still the same, refusing to go with the group and finding a place to rest for the night. Hio Chenyu was reluctant. "What a pity. So we can't travel together? I have things I need to prepare on my own." With that, they rode off on their horses. Jian went straight to the large building nearby. As soon as he opened the door and entered, he immediately attracted the stares of everyone in the inn. Every one of them had a lecherous smile. The innkeeper came out with a smile. "Welcome. Would you like to rent a room or order food?" "Both. But I'll order food first." "Yes, of course." Jiyeon just sat there quietly, but he seemed to radiate a halo. White skin, white hair, a slender and graceful figure. The ruffians in the inn looked at him with desire. Wow, what a beautiful boy. He might be more beautiful than a girl. Is he really a man? Maybe it's a woman disguised as a man. Hey you. He ignored the rude gossip and focused on eating. But the tree wants to be still. But the wind won't stop. One of the men walked straight over and slammed his hand on the table. Hey, you. Are you a real man or not? It was Jang Go-gak, the head of the 9 Tripods escort agency. Jian was annoyed but didn't even bother to look up. So what? The man gave a sinister smile. I have a bet with my buddies. If you're a woman, I get you taels of silver. Better to keep the peace when you're out. He replied calmly. That's a pity then. You've lost to taels of silver. He was a little disappointed. So you're a man? The more Jian lowered his voice, the bolder they got. Can't you tell by looking? This bastard dared to shout. What do you mean? Can I tell? Take it off and let me check. And I'll buy you a drink. Without waiting for Jian's consent, he lunged forward. Where should I check? Of course. Jian wouldn't just sit there and let them do as they pleased. He decisively flicked a chopstick from the table. In less than a second, the chopstick was embedded in the man's eye. The pain was real. He fell backward, screaming in agony. Ah! The others looked on, their faces dark, stunned. Just for being teased, he stabbed someone in the eye without hesitation. The man was both in pain and humiliated, cursing through his teeth. You bastard! My eye! Jian held a whole container of chopsticks and walked towards him. His voice was mocking and contemptuous. You have eyes we can't see. In that case, you're better off without them. So let me take the other one too. How could the man dare? He scrambled backward in terror, waving his hands. What? No, you can't. But Jian didn't let him go. In a flash, he was right in front of his face. The chopstick flew faster than lightning. He didn't hesitate to stab him again. Blood gushed out. And that was that. 2 sentences. 2 lost eyes. The rest of the group was both horrified and furious, roaring, What the hell? This brat. The whole group had been teasing him. He held several pairs of chopsticks in one hand. In a flash, he threw them all at the group. The whole group was lying on the ground, groaning, so fast, too fast. A cold, murderous aura radiated from him. You have to take responsibility for your actions, right? The scene changes to the street outside. People were still coming and going as usual. The OCHNES group was also here, relaxed and cheerful. Wow, the atmosphere here is really lively, isn't it? Half the people in the street are armed. This is a great opportunity for us, isn't it? Someone else's misfortune is our opportunity. How tragic. Amitabha, don't say such things. They were still arguing as usual. Why not? Who among us is the most sentimental? Of course, it's the Taoist priest. Stop talking nonsense. We're here. The woman laid the way inside. All right, let's see. Suddenly, her eyes widened with delight as she shouted. Oh! She rushed forward and hugged a man from behind. Brigade leader. It's been a long time. The man laughed and turned to reply. Vice leader. You're right on time. He was the leader of the Black Cloud mercenaries. Jang Mu-kang. Priest Gu and Hai Sung also clasped their hands and bowed. It's been a long time. Brigade leader, we have been looking forward to seeing you. He also laughed loudly. It's been a long time since I've seen you too. The 4 of them sat around a round table, talking. We've been resting for a while, so our pockets are getting empty. Is that why we've gathered like this? But do we really have to get involved in this? Jang Mu-kang smiled, but his voice was full of hidden meaning. What's wrong? Feeling the pressure? Then you can just leave. Priest Gu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hands, changing his tune. Hey, brigade leader, you're saying that again? Who would do that? Hyo Chanyu smiled knowingly. It's because of the Azure-sided L sect and the ME sect, right? Doesn't everyone know that those 2 sects have been rivals for the past 7 years? Although we don't know why, There have been conflicts both openly and secretly over the years. Because they are the two top powers in Sichuan, their fight will inevitably lead to a division of power in this region. It could very well be a great war. In the end, why are those two sects rivals? Zhang Mukang calmly reassured them. It's not necessary. The reason they're rivals isn't important. What's important is that the opportunity for us to achieve our dream has arrived. In this group, he was the most sinister one. On Jion's side, he was still staying at the inn. As soon as the innkeeper saw him coming down, he immediately turned. A spark of admiration lit up his eyes. He's here. Now he was like a die-hard fan. How can such a beautiful appearance hide such terrifying cruelty? Please, just let him go about his business. When Jian came to call him, he jumped. Innkeeper. He didn't waste words, getting straight to the point. Who here knows the most about the internal situation in Sichuan? The internal situation in Sichuan? What are you talking about? Sir? He had to be more specific. I mean the situation between the sects. Now he understood. Ah. In that case, you should go to the craftsman's district. He enthusiastically gave directions. Leave here. Go straight and turn left. You'll see the Fire Dragon Clan's workshop. You should try going there. Jian had never heard of this name before. The Fire Dragon Clan? As Jian walked, he recalled the innkeeper's words. A long time ago, the soldiers of Sichuan City gathered and formed a sect. The sects in Sichuan have been doing business with the Fire Dragon Clan for a long time. If you have something to ask, go to the workshop, buy a suitable weapon, and the Fire Dragon Clan will give you a suitable answer. Now the rhythmic sound of a hammer on an anvil caught his attention. Jian stood curiously outside the door, watching. But he wondered, strange, why does the metal make such a clear sound? Just then, a loud shout echoed. Hey, you, what do you think you're doing? Who told you you could use a hammer as you please? I told you. You are absolutely not allowed to touch the hammers here. The old man pushed and pointed as he scolded. Go do some other menial tasks. What are you looking at? Get lost. The one being beaten didn't say a word, nor did he resist. For the time being, you are banned from this place. Until I call you back inside, you're only allowed to do odd jobs outside. Even after the man left, he kept cursing. So annoying. I don't understand why the branch master accepted someone like him. Jian was still watching, not missing a thing. After he was done cursing, he finally noticed Jian and turned with a fawning smile. I didn't know a customer had arrived, so I showed a rather embarrassing side of myself. What has the customer come to buy? But Jian didn't care. Just asking. Not just now. Something seemed wrong. Right? The fat man knew. That Zhang Sodu. I heard he's a descendant of the Zhang clan. But he keeps picking up hammers and things without my permission. What's wrong with that? Jian asked, confused. If he's a descendant of the Zhang clan, is he not allowed to hold a hammer? Hearing this, the man could tell it was the customer's first time in Sichuan. He told Jian everything. The Zhang clan is a sect that was annihilated because in the past, during the war between the righteous and demonic factions, the Zhang clan sided with the demonic cult. Because of that, the Zhang clan was sealed by a figure known as the greatest of all time. From then on, their power weakened until the clan was finally destroyed. To the sects in Sichuan, the Zhang clan are traitors. Therefore, no workshop will teach their secret techniques to anyone related to the Zhang clan. Everyone is afraid of the past repeating itself. Jian understood. The descendants have to live with the sins their ancestors committed long ago. But the other man didn't care, still cursing contemptuously. Who forced them to side with the demonic cult back then? The Zhang clan brought it all on themselves. After gossiping for a while, he finally remembered. But what brings you here so early in the morning? Follow me. All the weapons forged in my workshop are displayed inside. Jian noticed again. It seems a lot of people are ordering weapons lately. Mentioning this made him grin from ear to ear. After the Emi sect and the Azure Citadel sect officially declared war, the number of orders doubled. The atmosphere in Sichuan has become tense. On the other hand, this is a business opportunity for us. Now, everyone in the workshops has no spirit to forge weapons from the sect's orders, he said excitedly as he led Jian. Suddenly, Jian stopped and looked in one direction. In a corner of the yard, the man from before was being beaten and cursed at by a group of people. You cursed creature carrying that filthy bloodline. You'll end up just like your John clan. You fool who doesn't know your place. All for one crime, how dare you touch a hammer without my permission? Just as he was being kicked on the ground, someone threw a dagger down in front of Jang So-do. It was Jian. He looked at the group coldly. Humans are indeed more brutal than animals. He enlightened the man. Once you give in, they will torture you to death. If you've grown accustomed to enduring it, then continue living like a dog. Hearing this, the man's eyes shot open. He stared at the dagger, his heart in turmoil. Seeing him not move, Jian asked again, "Do you want to live like this forever?" The others were annoyed by Jian's words. "Who are you? Stop talking nonsense and get lost. This is an internal matter of our Fire Dragon clan." Jian didn't care about this bunch of small fry. He focused on asking the man, "How do you intend to live?" Jang So-do listened with his mouth agape. The others were ignored and got angry, approaching him. "Hey, you! Are you looking down on us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jang So-do suddenly lunged at him and bit his neck. It seems Jian had successfully manipulated this kid. He bit down hard and didn't let go, despite being cursed at. "You bastard! What the hell is this?" Before he could finish, So-do grabbed a dagger and was about to stab him in the eye. The others looked on in horror, screaming, "Are you crazy? Are you a dog? Biting people?" They hit a nerve. Only then did he release the man's neck. His eyes widened as he turned back. "When did you ever treat me like a human? You've always treated me like an animal." The others were scared but still tried to threaten him. You think you'll get away with this?" Jang So-do didn't care. He dared to do it and would bear the consequences. He retorted bluntly, "Do as you please. I'm tired of being beaten by you for no reason. But remember this, I will hunt down anyone who dares to touch me again." The group couldn't say anything more and ran off with their tails between their legs. "Damn it. Just you wait. We won't let this go." After chasing them all away, the young man couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Jian caught him directly. And just like that, following his directions, he helped him home. Even after getting home, he was still too exhausted to move. Jian looked around and complimented. "Nice house." The man was tired but still argued back. "You like this place? Are you making fun of me? How could he know about that hell on earth? To me, this place is already a palace. The place I live was just snakes and more snakes." But he refused to believe it. "Stop lying. Do you think I'll be comforted by words like that? If you don't believe me, fine." Jian went straight to the door. "I have somewhere to be, so I'm leaving now." The man tried to reach out and asked, "Where are you going?" Jian didn't answer, just looked back and asked, "Are you always so interested in other people's business?" Unexpectedly, this man was quite thick-skinned. He smiled and teased. Being interested in other people's business is a human habit. Jian had to laugh. "Is that so?" Of course, he took the initiative to tell him. "There are people who owe me a debt. They used me, abandoned me, and even tried to kill me." The man guessed immediately. "So you want revenge? Who are they?" Just thinking about them made Jian want to eat them alive. His eyes burning red. He said the names. The Azure Citadel sect and the Emi sect, and the sects that are subordinate to them. The other man's smile vanished, his brow furrowed in alarm. "You're insane. You plan to fight against all the powers in Sichuan by yourself?" Jian's expression also changed. "Maybe I really am insane." Suddenly, his attention was caught. "Let me borrow that small sword. I mean, I have a use for it and want to buy it." The man looked at the dagger in his bag in surprise. "Huh? This piece of junk?" Jian was also surprised, looking at him like he was an idiot. "Junk? You call that junk? If you use it for revenge, you'll die instantly." But the man stuck to his idea and threw him a few things. "If you're giving, I'm taking." He immediately took it. Jian tested the item. The sharpness, the balance, the weight, everything was perfect. Jian was quite satisfied. "Did you make this yourself?" "It must have been a lot of work." The man immediately puffed up his chest, smiling smugly. "Work? Since I made it in secret. It didn't take much time. It wasn't tiring at all." But he asked again just to be sure. "Is it okay to give this to me?" The man was genuinely concerned about him. "You said you're going to take revenge on the Emi sect and the Azure Citadel sect." Only now did he reveal it. The reason the Zhang clan fell is because of them. Although I don't know much about it, I will never forgive those who caused the downfall of the Jiang clan. He seemed to really like Jian. And you're the first person who told me not to endure it anymore. Jian smiled and nodded, immediately trying out the things he was given. The throwing darts in his hand glowed, all levitating in the air. The room was filled with glowing threads. He looked like a god from some land, not just an assassin. Zhang Sodu was stunned, watching as if entranced, like raindrops moving naturally. My eyes are definitely not mistaken. Jian seemed very satisfied with these items. From now on, its name will be Yuling. I will be its master. He even introduced himself to him. My name is Jian. Every time you hear my name, you will probably think of an endless ghost. The man was filled with admiration, clasping his hands and shouting with excitement. Jian, I hope you will become famous throughout Sichuan province. The scene changes to another room. A beautiful young woman placed a teacup on the table. Thank you all for accepting my invitation today. She was truly beautiful, enough to move any man's heart. The group gathered around her smiled brighter than flowers. An invitation from Lady Gu. Of course we had to come running. Right. Everyone, we are always ready to be by Lady Gu's side. The woman placed a hand on her chest, looking beautiful. Due to the pressure from the Azure Citadel sect, the situation at the Hundred Blossoms Pavilion is not very good. But thanks to your enthusiastic help, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you all so much. The group, their heads filled with love, roared, we will protect the Hundred Blossoms Pavilion. No matter how strong the Azure Citadel sect is, they can't overwhelm the entire city of Chengdu with force. That's right, milady. You don't have to worry at all. The woman's cheeks flushed as she smiled. Thank you all so much. In her heart, she thought, all men are the same. Just a bunch of pretentious fools. Suddenly, she sighed. Seriously. Lately, due to the Azure Citadel sect's unusual movements, the main headquarters has summoned me, so I might not be able to appear here next time. The group had another chance to show off for the beautiful woman. They slammed the table and raised their hands to volunteer. There's such a thing. Can we join the Emi-sex faction? I will climb to the top of Mount Emi for you. Milady. The woman's tears rolled down her cheeks, acting deeply moved. Gentlemen. But in her heart, she was smiling brighter than a flower. A bunch of men who only care about my beauty. I will direct them like a beautiful and brilliant flower. She was so pleased with herself she was delusional. Wait until the day I mobilize both Emi and Azure Citadel. She lead the large group away. It is an honor to be with you all. A man walking next to her flattered. Today was truly a meaningful time. As they were walking, she suddenly stopped. It turned out her eyes had met Jian's, who was eating nearby. Just as he looked up, their eyes met. As soon as she saw Jian's face, she froze. Oh, such blood-red eyes. How can they be so beautiful? The others quickly called out. Huh? Lady Gu. She ignored them and walked straight ahead. Without a second thought, she went straight to Jian. It seems this is the first time I've met you here. This is a place where the four seas converge. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves to get acquainted? I am Gu Xiao Nha of the Hundred Blossoms Pavilion. May I be so bold as to ask for the young master's name? Her eyes sparkled. Jian didn't seem to care, just saying his name. Jian. Somehow, the man knew the name. His eyes lit up with admiration. So you are young Master Jian. Are you also a martial artist? She immediately became vigilant, her red eyes staring at him. Think what you will. She was visibly disappointed. What's wrong? Is there a reason you can't answer? He asked back coolly. Do people who have just met for the first time usually ask each other so many details? Another man couldn't stand it and rushed forward. Hey, what kind of tone is that to speak to Lady Gu? Apologize to her at once. They had numbers on their side, and they were trying to impress a girl. He pointed a finger at Jian and shouted, kneel down and apologize sincerely right now. Otherwise, I won't let you off. This guy really had a death wish. Jian stood up straight. His face was colder than ice. You won't let me off. What exactly are you going to do to me? Even if you're completely blind with infatuation, you should at least know when to jump and when not to. The man, trying to impress a girl, was slapped down by Jian without missing a beat. He gritted his teeth in fury. He roared, holding out his hand to a subordinate behind him. "Chengdu, bring me a sword." The man quickly brought it over. He thought it was all that. He raised the sword and shouted, "You dare to insult me? This is unforgivable." As he spoke, he swung his sword at Jian. Jian wasn't scared at all. His cold eyes looked up at the sword. The men behind him shouted in alarm. "No! Young Master Gu! Damn it!" Jian waited until the sword was close before dodging with a single movement. These moves were just for show, but when the man saw him dodge, he thought he was doing well. What? Is he dodging my attacks? He only moved a few steps. And yet, he slashed repeatedly but couldn't land a hit. His eyes were about to pop with rage. This brat! How is this possible? The onlookers recognized his technique. That's the Thunder Wind sword style of the Azure Light clan. It seems to be the seventh stance, the most ruthless one. Looks like he intends to kill his opponent. He unleashed his strongest move, and with the intent to kill. Of course, Jian couldn't just stand by. It was his strongest move. But for Jian, it was as easy as breathing to dodge. He charged forward with great momentum, but ultimately missed. In indescribable fury, he turned and attacked several more times. But Jian was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in front of him. He couldn't touch him at all. Not only that, but Jian was dodging while calmly walking towards the woman, just as his opponent swung down for the final blow from behind. He had played with him long enough. His eyes burned red, and he turned with a low growl. "Is that all you've got?" With that, he didn't even turn his head. He reached back, grabbed his neck, and unleashed a move. Quick as a flash, he slammed the man's face into the ground. The ground shattered. The man lay limp like he had no bones. After this blow, no one would ever want to be associated with him again. The room finally fell silent again. The young woman took the opportunity to step forward. "Please calm down, young Master Jian." Her subordinates, seeing her infatuation, quickly shouted, "Let it go." She spoke up for the man. "This gentleman is not a bad person. He was just worried about me and acted a bit rashly." Jian didn't waste words. Whoever strikes first is the one starting trouble. People must always take responsibility for their own actions. She put on a green tea act, placing a hand on her chest. "Yes, of course. That's why I think I should take responsibility on his behalf." Jian's mind raced. "You'll take responsibility for him." The group of young men behind him erupted in protest. "No way. Lady Gu, we'd rather risk our lives in a fight. But I like her style. It's quite something. She knows how to use everything she has." She just stood there, tilting her head with a little smile. "It'll be fine, right?" The two of them locked eyes, and an understanding passed between them. In the flickering firelight of the room, Lady Gu used her body to settle the score. And a few rounds later, it was done. Jian was about to get out of bed when she reached out and stopped him. "My true self needs your help with something. With your abilities, it should be possible." This was the real reason she had sought him out. "I'll listen. Then I'll decide." She put on a pitiful expression. "Nam Ho-san. Kill Nam Ho-san, the young master of the Thunder Sound sect." Not long ago, the leader of the Thunder Sound sect, Jung Ho, appeared and pressured me into a soul-pact marriage. If I refused the engagement, they've threatened to support the Azure Citadel sect. Because of that, both the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Emi sect are in a very difficult position. He asked her in return, "Even if I fail, it has nothing to do with the 100 Flowers Pavilion, right? You've thought this all through, haven't you?" She sidled up to him, smiling. "If you kill Nam Ho-san, my true self from the Emi sect will surely reward you handsomely." Her true self was the head disciple of the Emi sect, the top student of Abbess Jiayuhua. "Wrong, ha! The pavilion mistress is my true self." Jian was quite surprised. "It seems we keep running into acquaintances." "Is that so? This is a job I have no desire to refuse." Scene changed to Mount Emi. The sweet, scheming voice of Hio Chan Yu rang out. "They say Mount Emi is magnificent. And it truly is. Isn't it? But if we lose the battle against the Azure Citadel, it'll all be for nothing." They understood all too well what their fate would be if they were asked out from Mount Emi. Accompanying her was a tall, dark, and brutish man. The two of them continued their climb up the mountain. After a long climb, They finally arrived and met with the Emi sect. Ha was also standing there. After her battle with Jian all those years ago, she had lost an eye. Rong Xiaolan was also present, looking much the same as before. The elder, Abbas J. Ayuhua, sat in the main seat. She knew Hiochnes type all too well. Your group always sells its lives for money. You never work for free. So, name your price. The woman smiled and nodded. That's right. We can't afford to take a loss. The abbess asked again. How much do you want? The two sides began to negotiate. For us, 500. Zaro gold taels is enough. As soon as she finished, the people on the other side roared in protest. How dare you demand such a huge sum? Master, we don't need to listen to their nonsense anymore. If we accept such a demand, our sect will become the laughingstock of the martial world. The leader hadn't even spoken. Yet these insects dared to overstep their authority. The abbess roared in fury. S-I-L-E-N-C-E. Stop this noise. It's unsightly. She looked coldly at the two of them. Do you think our sect will accept your proposal? With 500 Jaro gold tiles, I could hire several mercenary corps like yours. Hio-chan replied smugly. But none would be as strong as the Black Cloud Corps. The old woman retorted. And what if I refuse? The young woman looked straight at her without a trace of fear. Perhaps by now, the other members of our corps have already arrived at the Azure Citadel. This sentence directly enraged the old woman, and a murderous aura began to radiate from her. Are you trying to play both sides? It was truly shocking. A single roar from her sent the two flying backward. The two were clearly no match for her. The old woman hadn't even made a move, and they were already in a sorry state. Abbas J. Iuh's eyes widened threateningly. Tell me the truth. I don't think you really need 500 Zaro gold tiles. Name the real price you want. Hio-chan coughed up blood and admitted defeat. I'm cornered, as expected of the leader of the Emi sect. Such presence. She answered weakly. We sell our martial prowess. We will do as our clients ask, as long as the price is guaranteed. The abbess, showing no fear, called her bluff. Is that so? The Azure Citadel sect is probably entertaining offers, just like you are. They already have an advantage over us, so they must have many more options. Why would they have to choose you? I really want to chop these into 100 pieces. But with war looming, any extra manpower is a benefit. After a moment of calculation, she slammed her hand on the table. What a bunch of cunning animals. She looked at her disciple. Ha, go and see them. Elsewhere, a bald old man was cursing furiously. Damn it. How can we do business with such scum? They just demand more and more money. After this deal, I might just have to assassinate them. The two of them walked and cursed. Just how much more do we have to squeeze out to resolve everything? Oh, heavens! That almost scared the soul out of me. You saw it too, right? Those two large storehouses filled with grain. Buying up and hoarding all that grain. Did we have some terrible karmic debt with it in a past life? Why do you say that? It will be useful. Jian sat nearby, quietly sipping his tea, his eyes never leaving them. Meanwhile, Zhang Muzhang sat yawning, waiting for his subordinates to finish their negotiations. He wondered, I hope everyone is doing well. Walking this tightrope between the Emi sect and the Azure Citadel is truly exhausting. After this job is done, I really need to think about retiring. Just then, a man ran in. Calling, Corps Leader Gu. He looked out and asked with a smile. Why are you back so soon? I was planning to return yesterday, but I met someone. Corps Leader Gu recalled the man and said, I mentioned it a few days ago, didn't I? I happened to meet someone and traveled here with him. I'm talking about Jian. The Corps leader still remembered. The one who looked unusual, right? You ran into him again here in Sichuan? What's the matter? Why do you care? It's not a big deal. It's nothing special. I'm probably just on edge. Dealing with both the Emi sect and the Azure Citadel is exhausting work. It makes one sensitive. Priest Gu frowned deeply. If it's your intuition, this isn't something to be dismissed so lightly. In any case, that man truly is unusual. I'm also very curious about him. Zhang Muzhang shrugged it off with a faint nod. Yes, I know. Just then, the voice of Hio-chan rang out from outside the door. Brother Corps Leader. Her face was bright as a flower as she led Rong Ha inside. "I've invited our guest, Rong Ha and Seo Lan R with me." Her expression was as cold as ice as she looked at them. Zhang Mujang had to stand up to greet them. The leader of the Black Cloud Corps pays his respects to the honored guests from the Emi sect. The other to also introduce themselves. "Rong Ha. From Emi. I am Rong Seo Lan. The top disciple of Emi has come here in person. Does this mean you have accepted our conditions for the deal?" "Of course not yet," she replied directly. "I will decide after we negotiate." Before they could even start, Rong Ha gritted her teeth with a preemptive threat. "If you dare to deceive us, be prepared to pay a heavy price." Zhang Mujang remained calm and smiled. "I am prepared for anything. So now, let's discuss the terms. Please, come inside." No sooner had they sat down than Rong Ha was already shouting curses. "Insolence! How dare you demand foreign raid rights? What is the meaning of this? A vile person like you should be discussing money, not getting so greedy." Zhang Mujang clasped his hands and smiled. "I don't think it's excessive at all. If the Emi sect were to fall in Sichuan, this could very well happen. Could it not?" "Of course not." She didn't say much more, just slammed one hand on the table. An explosive force erupted from her palm. No matter how furious she got, the man's face remained just as calm. In his mind, he was chanting, "Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared." The more she looked, the angrier she became, flames of fury swirling within her. And so, one side was explosive while the other remained as calm as water. A standoff between them. Seeing that her outburst had no effect, she calmed down and retracted her fire. Only then did Zhang Mujang stand up. "In that case, we will concede the foreign raid rights. Therefore, we will not need the 500 zero gold tiles, nor any other compensation. Just help me find a location near the Western Plateau." Rong Ha seemed to have figured it out. "So that was your real goal, wasn't it? Are you planning to find a place to settle down?" He replied with apparent honesty. "As you know, we are wanderers. No sect wants us hanging around their territory." She nodded. "Our sect feels the same way. So, we will establish our base near the Western Plateau, away from the Emi sect. Just that alone should be acceptable. Right?" Ralma's face paled as she stared at her opponent, her mind racing. "If I accept now, they will act immediately. But this could become a great burden in the future. However, if I use them as a shield, I can easily wear down their numbers and shrink their forces. Giving them a place to settle isn't that difficult. If any problems arise, I can deal with them then." After thinking for a moment, she agreed. "Very well, I will accept your proposal." "So the negotiations have concluded smoothly, haven't they?" Zhang Mujang smiled in satisfaction. "Excellent," he thought to himself. If the other party had been the Azure Citadel sect, it might not have been possible to negotiate so easily. "Let's write up a contract." "No need. I will give the word of the Emi sect as my guarantee." Seo Lan, who had been sitting beside them silently the whole time, seemed to be quietly calculating something in her mind. They saw each other off. "Will the two of you be returning to Emi immediately? If you stay, we are willing to prepare a room for you. We will be staying at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The young mistress there is our niece." Just then, Yu Chen suddenly ran out, breathless. "Corps leader." She burst through the door. "Corps leader. Urgent news." For the first time, Zhang Mujang revealed an angry expression and yelled, "Vice leader, no matter how urgent it is, you shouldn't act like this." She didn't waste words and delivered the news. "The young master of the Thunder Sound sect has been assassinated." He was just as shocked. "How could that be? And has the assassin been caught?" "It seems they haven't caught him." Furthermore, the Thunder Sound sect believes this was the work of the Azure Citadel sect. Seeing change to the Azure Citadel sect, several old men stood under the sunset, their faces tense. Those who didn't know what was happening turned to each other. "What's going on?" "The Thunder Sound sect is visiting without any prior notice, and they're all armed." Chu, a long-bearded old man, spoke up. "Now, tell me, sect leader Te, what do you intend to do?" The one who came forward was the old master, Wu Ling. The other man replied, "That is what I want to ask you." The two sides stared at each other tensely. "Explain the situation clearly. Why have you brought this coffin here?" Sect leader Te's face was ashen. "Inside this coffin lies the body of my disciple. The Azure Citadel sect was confused. I express my deepest condolences for the misfortune of your disciple. But I don't see how that has anything to do with our sect. Sect leader Tae grew angrier and exploded on the spot. You really don't know? I know everything. Master Wu Ling was truly at a loss for words. I truly do not know, which is why I'm asking. Can you now tell me what happened? The other man's face turned betrayed, veins popping on his forehead. Fine. Then I will show you directly. As he spoke, he threw open the coffin. Inside was the corpse of the Thunder Sound sect's young master, Nam Ho-san, who had died a horrible death. Look at his wounds. Isn't this caused by the Azure Citadel 72 breaking sword style? Even Master Wu Ling himself was stunned. What is this? He knew it was clearly the 70 to breaking sword. Sect leader Tae shouted. And you still deny it? My disciple was killed by the 70 to breaking sword. How could the culprit not be from the Azure Citadel sect? In truth, as he asked this, the old man had already guessed it was because of the marriage alliance with the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Clearly, the Azure Citadel feared an alliance between us and the Emmy sect and struck first. Master Wu Ling tried to calm him down. Sect leader Tae, please calm down first. Our sect will investigate this matter thoroughly. Of course, as soon as he finished, he was cursed out again. How can I be calm? My disciple died from the Azure Citadel sword technique. The evidence is right here. What more is there to investigate? Explain yourselves properly. Suddenly, a roar even louder than his suppressed everything. How audacious! You dare to come to the mountain of my Azure Citadel sect and act so insolently? Absolutely unforgivable. The one who arrived was the old man, Qianzhong. After speaking, he prepared to strike immediately. Despite Master Wu Ling's attempts to stop him, junior brother, though, Qianzhong had already lunged toward sect leader Tae. He struck in an instant, allowing no one to interfere. Sect leader Tae couldn't react in time and took a blow that made him cough up blood. His whole body was thrown backward, no longer able to stand and curse. After the punch, the old man glared threateningly at the crowd. Does our sect look like a joke to you? How dare you put on a circus here? Master Wu Ling couldn't control his junior brother and scolded him in frustration. Junior brother, why did you attack him? Qianzhong didn't care and turned to leave. They came here making a scene without even letting us investigate the situation. It's not too late to subdue them first and then find out what happened. The old master couldn't understand and looked back. When did junior brother change so much? He has become more ferocious and ruthless. He was cold before, but never this violent. On the other side, the crowd gathered around sect leader Tae. Sect leader? Are you all right? After being punched, he became much more subdued. He asked weakly, is this the true intention of the Azure Citadel sect? To suppress us with force so that we cannot offer any rebuttal. Master Wu Ling didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only give an order to his disciple. Try to talk to junior brother as soon as sect leader Tae wakes up. We can offer them lodging for a while. He called out again. Zhang Qian, go to Chengdu. The current situation is anything but normal. The man accepted the order and left immediately. I understand, sir. That night, two men walked down a long, dark corridor. They said to each other, did the Azure Citadel really kill Nam Ho-san? It's just the traces of a martial art. Could it have been faked? What's the right way to put it? The more advanced a martial art is, the more unique the traces it leaves behind. Therefore, it's absolutely impossible to fake the traces of a martial art like the 70 to breaking sword. So the Azure Citadel sect is really the culprit. At this rate, all of Chengdu will be shaken by blood and mist. Jian, sitting in his room, heard everything they said. Gu Xiao and H.A. had just walked in and asked, how did you do it? Jian feigned ignorance and asked back. Do what? She clarified. I'm talking about the death of Nam Ho-san from the Thunder Sound sect. What trick did you use to make it look like the Azure Citadel sect was responsible? He neither denied nor confirmed it. Let's see. She was getting impatient. Didn't you kill him? He tilted his head and stared at her. Who killed him doesn't matter. What matters is that he's dead. She suddenly remembered something and turned to leave. It might be difficult for me to see you for a while. I have an honored guest, so I cannot be absent. This attitude of abandoning him after getting what she wanted. Jian would be a fool to believe her. An honored guest? She ignored him, explaining briefly. I told you before, right? It's my true self. a disciple of the Emi sect. She brought a junior sister with her to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Her personality is a bit difficult, so I must meet her in person. Jian was a little curious. For what reason did Abbess Jiuh's disciple come here? She told him what she knew. I heard she's here to hire a group called the Black Cloud Corps. They say their forces are quite strong, and their leader is very intelligent. Another one of his enemies had appeared. So they're at the 100 Flowers Pavilion? When will they return to their headquarters? She opened the door to leave. They'll probably stay at the 100 Flowers Pavilion for a while. It's good that I get to meet her, but I really don't want to see that seductive charm of hers. Not even a little. So, I'll be going now. See you later. In his mind, Jian was now thinking of Xiaolan, the junior sister of Rong Ha. So it's her. Cold and dangerous. If she's staying in Chengdu, I'm bound to run into her someday. The sudden death of Namhosen from the Thundersound sect will surely throw the Azure Citadel into chaos. I'll just wait and see. The one who killed Namhosen that day was definitely Jian. He had managed to replicate the Azure Citadel's techniques after the last assassination attempt. He killed Namhosen all by himself. Scene changed to that deathly room, where Qianzhong was investigating. The young master of the Thundersound sect was killed here, right? Yes. It's more brutal than anything I've seen before. But this is clearly our sect's 72 breaking sword. He looked at the blood splattered around the room and asked, could an outsider have faked it? His companion found it plausible. I like to think so. But, in this case, an outsider couldn't possibly know the secrets of our rare martial arts manual. But he knew that a copy of it had been leaked before. The other man didn't think so. That copy only contained the sword forms. Without our sect's internal energy method, it's impossible to unleash even half of its power. Could it be that they modified our sect's martial art? You know how that goes. It would be slightly different, but we could slowly analyze it. Besides, in terms of efficiency, it would be better to create a new martial art. The two of them conferred. In any case, drawing a conclusion at the scene isn't appropriate. So, why don't we try to find out how the assassin escaped? Good idea. Let's follow the trail. Qianzhong looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh. That assassin is truly ruthless. He suddenly remembered Jian. Could it be the assassin I met 7 years ago? Probably not. He's clearly dead. The group started to leave. Are there any guest rooms occupied here? For a long time. I mean, that would be the Wuklan, or perhaps the Golden Heaven Gate. They should be able to provide lodging. Ah, I see. The group was walking when they suddenly stopped in shock. Them. It's the people from the Emi sect. I didn't expect to run into Rongha's group here. The Azure Citadel disciples quickly drew their swords. It's the Emi sect. Are they planning to ambush our Azure Citadel sect? Only Qianzhong calmly walked forward to speak. It's been a long time. Disciple Rongha. The woman looked at him mockingly. You've come all the way down here to make a living? I thought you were a crane that only holed up on the mountain. And what urgent business brings you down here? Disciple Rongha? Isn't just protecting your own assets more than enough for you? It seems you have time to worry about other places. Shut your stinking mouth. You disheveled mess. And so, they traded insults. What? You're the one who started it. And now you're cursing at me? How annoying. After just a few words, Rongha was provoked to the point of fury and screamed. How noisy. The people of the Azure Citadel are truly insufferable. Finally, she asked about the matter directly. You knew about the marriage between the young master of the Thundersound sect and the mistress of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. So you killed him, didn't you? How wonderful. Azure Citadel sect. Your character seems to have been thrown in the trash. The two sides argued fiercely, and the man immediately counterattacked. You're no better. You invested 7 years to kill our sect's rising star and you still have the nerve to lecture us. Where does that viciousness come from? Xiaolan stood by, unable to stop them. She looked helpless. It's ended up like this again. Where did it go wrong? She sighed, recalling the past. The root of this was clearly us. But we never expected that assassin to be able to kill Gu Hanzang. He died a long time ago. But we are all still being deceived by him. We don't even know his name. Suddenly, she flinched and spun around to look behind her. Who is it? That cold gaze. She quickly scanned the area, her heart pounding with tension. But she saw nothing. Was I mistaken? In fact, she wasn't wrong. there was indeed someone in a black robe in the crowd, watching them. It was none other than Jian. He wasn't surprised that she sensed him. I must commend you. Your senses are as sharp as ever. For the seeds of revenge to sprout, they need suitable soil. Now, the key players have all appeared. Just thinking about it is exciting. Not a bad start, huh? He will make these fish pay the price. That night, Yeo Chanyu cried out anxiously. Where have you been all this time? I've been waiting for you for so long. Jian tilted his head and looked at her. Aren't you being a bit familiar? Yeo Chanyu. She wasn't alone. She was with Zhang Mu Zhang and Priest Gu. He looked at the group and smiled. So it's not just you here. And so, the four of them sat around a circular table. Zhang Mu Zhang beamed. I am Zhang Wu Yang, leader of the Black Cloud Corps. I have long heard of your reputation, young master. It must be fate that we meet. Let us dine together. Jian looked at him and thought. So, he's the leader of the Black Cloud Corps? He keeps wearing that cheerful expression. Our Lansu is quite taken with you, young master. So I was very eager to meet you. Now that I have, I see that your powerful presence is truly not to be underestimated. Despite your elegant clothes and appearance, you cannot hide your peerless, powerful aura. An aura like this is naturally hard to conceal. But even revealing just a little is enough to see that you are no ordinary person. The woman beamed. I wasn't wrong. Was I? He's not ordinary at all. After all the pleasantries, he finally got to the point. Then let's get straight to the matter at hand. I would very much like for you, young master, to join the Black Cloud Corps. Jian showed no interest, his red eyes glaring at him. He continued, to others, we may just be a group of wanderers, but I have always cherished a dream for the Black Cloud Corps to be recognized and become a true martial sect. To achieve that, we are always looking to recruit talented individuals. Whatever you desire, young master, I will grant it. He even looked enthusiastically at the young woman. If you wish it, young master, I am willing to give Lansu to you. She blushed and exclaimed. Hey, Priest Gu, sitting between them, was speechless at the scene. Good heavens. Look at this. Let's see how he lands her. The man watched with an expression of eager anticipation, as if waiting for drama. Unexpectedly, Jian showed no courtesy to anyone. He said flatly, I see nothing appealing. The man, who had been waiting eagerly, nearly choked. All three of them immediately turned to look at him. He quickly waved his hands. It's nothing. Forgive me. Please, continue your conversation. Everyone was speechless. No one said a word. Chenia's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Zhang Mu Zhang broke the silence. Then it's a pity that you still don't find those things appealing. Is there something that displeases you, young master? Is it joining our corps? Or is it Lansu that you find displeasing? Jian flinched slightly and then nodded. All of it. If I have to eat something that will give me a stomachache, it's better not to touch the chopsticks at all. For a beautiful woman to be rejected like this was truly more bitter than chili peppers. She stared at him without blinking. He dares to refuse. He dares to refuse me. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy once again. This time, Zhang Mu Zhang couldn't hold it and burst out laughing, covering his mouth. I was just joking. It was just a bit of fun. Why are you all making such serious faces like a bunch of fools? He stood up and slammed his hand on the table. No matter how much I want you to join, how could I possibly give Lansu to you? This child is a treasure I've spoiled rotten. He seriously raised a finger. I have a piece of advice for you. If possible, I hope you will not interfere with our corps. I'm taking this lightly, but others are quite impulsive. Jian didn't care what he meant. He said directly, I also have something I want to say. He nodded. I'm listening. His face was colder than ice, his eyes looking straight ahead. If one day, you are casually walking down the street, and suddenly your head is separated from your body, if you think I was the one who did it, you wouldn't be wrong. The man was horrified upon hearing this. But before he could react, Jian suddenly burst out laughing and winked. I'm kidding. Why are you making such a serious face? Like a fool. No one would find a joke like that funny. The man was speechless and decided to stay silent. Scene changed to the Golden Heaven Gate. One man was lounging comfortably in a chair, while another stood with his hands clasped, reporting, Senior brother, I have returned. Xianzhong waved his hand casually. Oh, all right, all right, he asked. What's the situation with the Emi sect? After they entered the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, there has been no movement. As a precaution, I have positioned a few disciples in hiding around the pavilion. Xianzhong, nursing a headache, looked out the window. We must quickly find the culprit who killed the young master of the Thunder Sound sect. Only then will the situation become clear, and only then can we find a solution. The other man immediately agreed. I will go to the 5 underworld sect and see. At the very least, they have a good grasp of the movements of the underground factions. They should know who approached the Thunder Sound sect on that day. Their eyes and ears are everywhere in Sichuan. The man didn't seem too keen on it. Making a deal with them is a bit. All right, then. I'll leave that to you. The junior brother clasped his hands and bowed his head. I will not disappoint you. Senior brother. Xianzhang looked out the window, deep in thought. More sects are involved in this than I thought. The Thunder Sound sect, the Golden River sect, and the 100 Flowers Pavilion. If we don't catch that assassin soon, I fear the consequences will be dire. Inside the large house where Jion was staying, a bald-headed man pressed himself against the wall, eavesdropping on the room next door. He strained his ears to listen carefully. I clearly confirmed someone was inside. Why does it seem like no one is there anymore? And that POWOL character, even though I know he's no ordinary person. Could it be that he has reached a demonic state where he can even conceal his breath? With that thought, he immediately ran and threw open the window. He put his hands on his head to signal there are several assassins hiding on the opposite roof. They understood each other instantly and acted immediately. An assassin returned to report. The other side confirms that the target showed no unusual movements all night. The sun is about to rise. I will have someone move in closer to monitor him. The other man nodded. I know. You've done well. He was the vice leader of the Black Cloud Corps, Wang Rujinji. Our corps leader seems quite interested in him. Even so, don't take your eyes off him for even a moment. We must follow his every move. The assassin accepted the order and left. I will relay this comment immediately. He let out a long sigh. And I must continue with my unfinished work. He turned his head to look at the map on the table and tapped a point. The problem is, there are 3 gates to enter Mount King Cheng. None of these city gates are within the territory of the Black Cloud Corps. If we want to bring in 200 cavalry, we'll have to lead them all around the foot of the mountain. What should we do? He pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he frowned and stared intently ahead. He instantly threw several darts. The daggers plunged straight into the ceiling. But there was nothing there. He thought, confused. Am I being overly sensitive? I clearly felt someone watching me just now. Was I mistaken due to the stress? But when he looked down, he saw a dark shadow appear. It was Jian. When did you get here? Over at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Wrong hot, old Seal Land. Junior sister, you must return to the sect as soon as it's light. The younger woman asked in surprise. Why is that? The older woman had it all planned out. There's nothing for you to do here anyway. It would be better for you to be by Master's side to protect her. Xiaolan was reluctant, but Master has already ordered me to stay. Wrong hot tried to persuade her to leave, finding every reason. We've already signed an agreement with the Black Cloud Corps, so it's fine for you to go back. Xiaolan refused. I can't do that. Here in Chengdu, we don't know when we'll have to face the Azure Citadel sect, so I must stay here. After going back and forth, Rong's face darkened with anger. What are you worried about with me here? If we're really in danger, we can just use the Black Cloud Corps as a shield. So, just do as I say. The younger woman sighed. I understand. If that's what you say, senior sister. Then, the other woman cut her off. You must go back tomorrow when it's light. Xiaolan had to promise. I will go back. Only then did she relent. Now, go get some rest. Just then, Gru Xiaoanha came in. It's me. May I come in? Rom Ha looked out. So, it's Xiaoanha? Come in. What is it? So late at night? The younger woman replied, I just came to talk with you. Ants. The older woman understood immediately. How kind of you. You must have just met a handsome man. Right? Your face is so rosy. The younger woman smiled brightly. Oh, you're so mean. Aunt. But she didn't hide it. That's right. He is indeed very handsome. Unexpectedly, She told Rong Ha directly. The young master of the Thunder Sound sect who just died. It's very likely that the man I just met killed him. How could the older woman believe it so easily? Are you sure? We're talking about Nam Ho-sen here. He had never confirmed this. The woman blushed and waved her hands. Oh, I'm not entirely sure. I think so, but I don't have any proof yet. Well, I will check him out. When I'm sure, I'll bring him to meet you. Rong Ha agreed immediately. If that's the case, then fine. No matter who he is. Just then, a loud noise came from outside, startling both of them. They both ran out of the room. What's wrong? Someone turned and replied. This is clearly the work of the Azure Citadel. They have murdered our Gong Seon. He was killed over there, and died with his eyes open. Rong Ha looked at her Ed junior brother and went berserk, roaring. Gong Seon. This news reached Jang Mora and Jia's ears. He seemed surprised. A disciple of Lai Jia Gong has been killed? As a direct disciple of Rong Ha, he must have been an important figure in the Emi sect. For someone like him to be assassinated within the 100 Flowers Pavilion itself, he felt a headache coming on. I don't know if we've chosen the wrong side. The person beside him calmly reassured him. What's done is done. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the easier it is for us to get drawn in. But it's strange to think there's an assassin of this caliber in Sichuan. Is that so? Yes. For the past 7 years, ever since the Blood Dragon Core fell, no assassin has come to Sichuan. The two of them thought, then who could it be? The Azure Citadel is a righteous sect. They wouldn't hire an assassin. Could a third party have intervened? Suddenly, this conversation set a chill down his spine, reminding him of what Jian once said. If one day you're walking down the street and see something like a strand of hair fall, you can assume it was me. He suddenly felt worried and quickly asked, any special reports on the target? Regarding the target, the door hasn't opened for 4 days. You know the skills of the men sent to watch him. Core leader. Zhang Mujang couldn't stay calm. Are you sure it wasn't him? Wang Rujing nodded affirmatively. That is the situation as of now. Then it's settled. I understand. Tell them to temporarily halt the surveillance on him. For now, focus on tracking the movements of the Azure Citadel sect. As Zhang Mujang entered, he saw Rong Ha waiting for him. Her face dark. Core leader, a disciple of our sect has been murdered. The man bowed his head. You must be heartbroken. The woman stood up. I called you here because I want you to see the wound on my disciple's body. At first, I thought it was just a simple sword wound. But if you look closely, Zhang Mujang looked very seriously and immediately noticed something unusual. What is this? This thing. It's extremely thin and sharp. It couldn't be a sword or a blade. Is it a wheel? But even a wheel couldn't cut the skin this cleanly. Rong Ha stood behind him undasked. Have you ever seen a wound like this before? He was at a loss. To be honest, no, I haven't. She couldn't believe it. Even someone as experienced as you. Can you guess who it might be? It is Mart. He immediately thought of Jian but then dismissed it. It can't be him. His face darkened, and he bowed his head. I'm sorry I can't give you the answer you're looking for. She changed the subject. When will all the troops enter the city? He replied. They will all be assembled within 2 days. But when the cavalry enters the city, they will immediately be on alert. She was never calm, and even that was enough to set her off. So, just trample them in an instant. Zhang Mujang was alarmed and shouted. Are you planning to open up a full-scale battle on all fronts immediately? She was burning with anger. I've already said I'll pay you what you asked for. What's the matter? Are you scared? She was furious. I swear I will never share the same sky with the Azure Citadel. The fury of Rong Ha filled the room. The man didn't dare to refuse. He bowed his head. We understand. But her whirlwind of rage was no match for Jian's revenge plan. But Zhang Muj and Jia's troubles didn't end there. As soon as he got home, he received bad news. What on earth happened? He looked at his subordinate lying on a bed with both eyes bandaged and was furious. How did this happen? Hyo Chan sat to one side, head bowed. I went to find that Jian, but this dog came and ruined everything. His face turned red with anger, and he slammed his hand on the table, roaring. Stop rambling and explain in detail. She was tense, her whole body trembling as she recalled that moment. At that time, Jian was sitting in a restaurant eating noodles. She was the one who approached him first. smiling and coiling her body as she asked, "Is it good?" She even winked seductively. Handsome. The moment he saw her, his disgust was plain on his face. Chen Yu, it seems I won't be able to eat in peace. What is it? She stood by the table. Speaking nonsense. I just came to ask if you're well. Is that not allowed? Of course. He wasn't a fool to believe her. He asked back, "Is that all?" She feigned cheerfulness. "We were a bit rude that day. You must have been startled, right?" Jian shook his head. There was nothing to be startled about. On the surface, she was smiling. But inwardly, her contempt was clear. What? Nothing to be startled about. What a disrespectful way to speak. But she only dared to think it. At that time, I suggested giving you a week to think about it. What are your thoughts now? The two of them sat talking. You mean about joining the Black Cloud Corps, right? That's right. It would be great if you joined. The tall, dark, and brutish man approached, smirking. Yo Chanyu, you left without a word. So you were here? You? The young woman slapped his hand away, glaring. Let go of me. Or ZOB. When did you start following me? He was still grinning from ear to ear. I'm not following you for no reason. It's an order from the corps leader. The man smirked and scrutinized Jia. Is this the one they call Jian? He bared his teeth and grinned, thinking contemptuously. His eyes are as bright as they say. He's quite beautiful. The young woman looked uncomfortable and glared at him. What kind of trick is this guy trying to pull now? She cursed. Stop your delusions. He deliberately provoked her. What delusion? The young woman looked terrified and screamed. Or ZOB. He looked at Jian like a piece of prey, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. I'm not having any delusions. Why are you getting so worked up? Jian was disgusted but didn't bother with him. I will spare you. If you look away before I count to 3. When I say 3, if you still haven't looked away, you will never get the chance to use those eyes again. The brute still didn't know his place and deliberately provoked him further. What's this? Is a beauty talking to me? Jian didn't waste any more words and began to count. 1. He had already channeled his energy into his chopsticks. Ready. At the count of 3, a murderous aura filled the room. The man hurriedly raised his hands to protect his face. Jian's chopsticks pierced straight through his hands. Furious, humiliated, and in pain, he attacked Jian. You little brat. With one strike, he shattered Jian's dining table. He gritted his teeth. What the hell are you doing? Hyo Chanyu rushed forward to intervene. Don't. But Jian wasn't about to let him escape. He leapt into the air and unleashed a powerful move. His eyes glowed red as he struck immediately. The man's body was hit before he could react. Blood sprayed everywhere as Jian's threads cut through his flesh. The large man collapsed on the spot. From start to finish, he couldn't block a single move. Jian continued to wrap the thread around his head and neck, forcing his head back. His fingers aimed for the man's eyes. Hyo Chanyu screamed in terror. Or, CLB. Jian didn't care. A series of darts flew toward him like lightning. The young woman could no longer stand by and threw herself in front of him. Was she really going to face Jian to save that obnoxious brute? He couldn't avoid this one and had to jump back. So, this fool's life was spared. Seeing Jian's murderous aura, the young woman said fearfully, although I don't want to interfere. But, please, let's stop here. He ignored her, his killing intent growing stronger. She tried to de-escalate. I didn't come looking for you to cause this scene. Besides, this man has paid a sufficient price. There's no need to see blood. Right? Fine. I'll let him go. He wouldn't stoop to his level. He turned and left. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was in the wrong but still tried to argue. But you were too much. There was no need to beat my comrade half to death. She even dared to warn him. But you should be careful too. If you keep acting without thinking about the consequences like this, you might run into unexpected trouble. Jian had never known fear and completely ignored her. He was more concerned about the clothes on his back. The clothes are ruined. This was an outfit that Seo Hang really liked. Zhang Muzhang heard the whole story and looked at his subordinate with pity. So that means he's the one who did this too, or ZOB? He was speechless. It's truly unbelievable. In any case, it was his own man who was at fault first. He gritted his teeth. Why did this have to happen at such a critical time? Even after seeing him beat the man like that, she was still stubborn. I won't let this go. This is a clear slap in the face to me. Jiang Mujiang was even more afraid of Jian now. He reminded her, think carefully. We need to resolve the matter with the Azure Citadel first. She stubbornly cut him off. I know. He turned and reminded her. The cavalry is about to move out. Prepare everything thoroughly. Elsewhere, a white-haired old man looked through a crack in the door and asked, so you want to find the culprit who killed the young master of the Thundersound sect? The two of them talked. Isn't that like